about 65 cards. It's about 25.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Wednesday, September 22nd, 2004. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. Meetings are open to the public, and we do invite you to join us. And indeed, today, many of you have. For those unable to attend council meetings, we can be viewed live on your cable station, Channel 35. We can also be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. Colleagues, it is now 10:15 a.m. and we have 7 members present, 3 shy of a quorum, but we also have a couple of special presentations and recognition ceremonies scheduled for today. Let me begin by recognizing Councilmember Zine. Mr. Zine.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, everyone. We are going to have these wonderful ladies come on closer. You're not going to get camera shy now, I hope. Rhonda's coming up. Rhonda is here with us. Rhonda Wilkin is the Area Director of Community Relations from Southern California Regional Team of the Sunrise Senior Living Centers. September 13th to 17th was National Assisted Living Week. National Assisted Living Week was created in 1995 to highlight the vital role of assisted living in maintaining a quality of life for our seniors, our moms and our dads. Sunrise Senior Living Incorporated communities provide high-quality care for seniors who can no longer live independently. Sunrise Senior Living is celebrating 23 years of growth and excellence in the nation's largest provider. It is the nation's largest provider of senior living services with a resident capacity of more than 43,000 residents. 2004 Los Angeles Daily News Health Beat Reader's Choice Award for Best Retirement Assisted Living Communities. Full range of personalized senior living services at Sunrise Senior Living Centers, independent living to assisted living, care for individuals with Alzheimer's, forms of memory loss, nursing, rehab care, short-term stays, and hospice care. Architectural interior design of the facilities and exceptional care and service delivered by staff members who are trained to nurture the spirit, protect privacy, foster individuality, personalized services, enable freedom of choice, encourage independence, preserve dignity, and involve family and friends. And Sunrise helps maintain the independence and dignity of all their residents. The centers are built around their values, core principle of service to the residents. Over 20 years, they have used this as the guiding principle of the company. Sunrise team works with seniors, families, community referral sources, nonprofit organizations, and government agencies to identify senior needs and to develop individualized programs to meet those needs. Sunrise has 30 communities in Southern California, 30-plus communities or centers in Southern California, 12 in the Los Angeles area, and 6 in Los Angeles City. They are in West Hills, Northridge, Studio City. It says Woodland Hills, but I think that's still under construction. Okay, on Ventura Boulevard. Playa Vista, and I see the Playa Vista fans are here supporting Sunrise with all the yes badges, thank you. And Pacific Palisades. I am pleased to honor Sunrise Living Centers Incorporated for providing high-quality care for our seniors. And I've personally visited the West Hills facility on Topanga, just south of Nordhoff, for a number of their different events. And they have wonderful facilities, clean facilities, well-run facilities, and the people are so appreciative of the staff and the crews that work there to give them that quality of life. And as we find medication keeps us around longer and longer and longer, there's that desperate need for quality care for our seniors, and Sunrise provides that care. So we have certificates of appreciation and congratulations to Sunrise for the wonderful work they're doing, and that reads, congratulations on the caring, compassionate, and dedicated team members of Sunrise Senior Living Communities in the City of Los Angeles. Thank you for your loving care and service within assisted living community, the principles of service which you support through Sunrise Senior Living that are encouraging independent living, enabling choice, preserving dignity, celebrating individuality, nurturing the spirit, involving family and friends are to be commended. We appreciate your devotion to increasing the quality of life for our seniors. And we should put in parentheses all of our moms and dads, uncles and aunts, and all of the seniors in Los Angeles region, Southern California. And I know that there are some facilities that I want to mention. Brighton Gardens in Northridge, Sunrise Woodland Hills, Sunrise West Hills, Form Sunrise at Pacific Palisades, and Rhonda is the coordinator for this region, and she used to be at the facility up on Topanga Canyon, but I guess you got bumped up in the organization because of the wonderful job you did there. So now you've got the whole territory and all your wonderful crew members who are here joining us today for this recognition, this celebration. And I'm going to give these to you so you can pass out to your colleagues and continue the good work. I know that we want our seniors to enjoy a warm, comfortable, nice, happy, protected life, and that's what Sunrise provides. And it's wonderful to see your new center being built on Ventura Boulevard, right next to that new car dealer, Miller, that we opened up on Ventura Boulevard. And we're making Ventura Boulevard a wonderful place where they're shopping. There's the Westfield Shopping Center where they can go venture and spend those dollars that they have from all the retirement. So congratulations, and I'm going to let you say a few words, Rhonda.
Thank you for this wonderful honor. I have to tell you that there is no greater gift in this world than to care for our seniors. And I think what Sunrise does that is so special is that we honestly care for the frailest of the frail. So folks can age in place. We can take care of them through all of their frailties physically or Alzheimer's. And they're really, honestly, just come in to a Sunrise, spend some time. It honestly just puts a smile on your face. So thank you. I know that a number of you have visited, and I hope that the rest of our city council folks will soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Let's hear it for Sunrise Assisted Living Centers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Let me recognize Ms. Perry at this point for a presentation.
Now you guys can leave.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's a pleasure to stand here today with the principals of a tremendous downtown business that has grown and flourished in our city center. The name of the company is Rothenberg Sawasi Architects, or RSA, and it commemorated its 25th anniversary on September the 16th of this year. The firm was founded by Mark Allen Rothenberg and Mitchell E. Sawase and has been located in downtown throughout its entire history. It has grown from a two-member architectural and interior design firm to an international organization of some 50 staff members with numerous projects throughout Southern California and parts of China. RSA's long-term commitment to downtown Los Angeles is also reflected by its decision to buy its own building in downtown, in the Downtown Arts District, located at 953 East 3rd Street, transforming it from a dilapidated industrial building into a spectacular studio space. This incredible building has been featured in more than 80 films and commercials. RSA has played an active role in its local community by participating in street and art fairs and holding community discussions and meetings in their studios. They have been the architect and/or interior designer for many leading facilities in downtown Los Angeles, most notably serving as the interior architect for City Hall and the City Hall East renovation. RSA is currently collaborating with a number of developers in downtown to continue the conversion of vacant industrial buildings to viable loft projects, resulting in approximately 550 new units of housing throughout downtown. Over the years, RSA's Community Outreach Committee has participated with many community groups, conducting mentoring programs for Franklin High School and Breed Street Elementary School, clothing drives for Para los Niños, and participants in the We Care holiday programs for children. They are part of the founding board for Kid Care LA, and the list goes on and on and on. They have also provided pro bono design services to some of our city departments, such as LAPD Air Support Division, for a number of years. And so it's a great it's a great honor to congratulate RSA on its 25th anniversary and to thank them for their committed and distinguished service to all of the downtown community and to the city of Los Angeles. Thank you very much. Introduce everybody, I forgot, I'm sorry.
Okay, in terms of the matter of introductions, first is John Dean Han, a partner of mine. I'm Mark Rothenberg. This is Mitchell Sawasi to my left. Nick Ibarra right here. Jeff Richards, our Director of Business Development. On behalf of the firm, I'd like to thank the City Council for honoring our 25 years of achievement. It's been a long struggle. It's not easy to create an architectural firm and have it prosper the way ours has on an international basis, and we simply want to thank the City Council for recognizing that achievement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go on in the back to take a picture.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Labange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weisstein, Padilla, 12 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The council is officially in session. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Cardenas moves. Mr. Ludlow seconds.
And commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Reyes moves and Mr. Smith seconds.
Mr. President, do you wish to take up public comment at this time?
Let's, members of the council, as you know, we have an intense agenda today with a couple of big items related to the Playa Vista matters. What we should probably do is go through the agenda, dispense with consent items, and then come back and take general public comment per our council rules first, and then proceed to the items called special. Is there any objection to taking up the Playa Vista matters, since there's so many people on that, on those items, before other issues, once we get to items called special? Mr. Parks?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to see if we have two county officials here on item 6, if we could take that out of order so that we can have their presentation and allow them to
Okay.
back to work.
Okay. Well, and 4 and 7 may be rather quick as well. Let's see how quickly we get through some of the items called special. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Item number 1 is an item notice for public hearing. That's the ballot tabulation for the Tarzana Safari Walk Property and Business Improvement District. And the city attorney has, the city clerk has submitted a report. The ballot tabulation is as follows: 92.97% voted in favor. And there is also an additional recommendation for council to adopt, and I will read that into the record for council. Find that in accordance with Charter Section 371E10, the competitive bidding requirements do not apply to this case, given that it would be impractical to comply with the competitive bidding requirements or to select another entity to administer the Tarzana Safari Walk Property and Business Improvement District.
Okay. Members, item number 1 is now before us, and I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on this item. Public hearings are open and closed. Anybody wishing to call item 1 special? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 2, and that is a public hearing item on Marlton Square, and I understand that that item will be continued to October 6th.
Okay. Members request to continue item number 2 till October 6th. Mr. Parks?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to have that go to HCED so for next week's hearing, and then
Okay.
have a placeholder for October 6th.
Okay. Without objection, so ordered. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 3 is a public convenience or necessity in Council District 13. I believe the findings on the agenda are to grant the application.
Okay. Do we have a motion on item number 3? Or let's hold it on the desk. Is Mr. Garcetti expected today?
Yes, I believe he is.
Okay. Let's hold it on the desk and wait for him.
The
Next items,
next
please.
items are items for which public hearings have been held, items 4 through 7.
Members, items 4 through 7 now before us. These items have had public hearings in committee. A motion from the floor would be required to reopen the public hearings. Seeing no such motion, do we have requests for specials? Mr. Ludlow.
Number 4, it's a technical amendment.
Okay, has that been circulated?
Yes, it has.
Okay, unless there's an objection, we can take up item 4 as amended. Any requests for specials on 5, 6, or 7? Seeing none, let's open the roll on items 4 through 7. Close the roll. Mr. Parks wanted 6 called special.
That's right, 6 special.
Okay, so let's open in the roll on 4, 5, and 7. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, next items, please.
Next item, Mr. President, items for which public hearings have not been held, items 8 through 37, 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, items 8 through 37 now before us. I do have cards on items 8 and 10. We'll call those items special. On the balance of the items, I do not have cards from members of the public. Public hearings are open and closed. Requests for specials, Ms. Gruel.
I'm sorry, Mr. Padilla. Item number 7, I know we had 2 cards, and I assume that would be heard. I actually just wanted to make an amendment, and I apologize, I didn't hear that say that if whether or not you had a public hearing.
Okay, public hearings were held in committee on that item.
Yes.
So
Okay, if
is that
I
a
could
motion
call
for
it-
reconsideration?
Yes.
Okay, let's open the roll on reconsideration of item number 7, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
And is your amending motion
Yes, thank you very much, Mr.
technical in
Padilla.
nature?
It's technical in nature. There were some concerns about this particular daycare center, and what I'd like to do is have a review in 6 months, that I approve of what Plum did, but that all I'd like to do is just have the review come back in 6 months to make sure that the individual has complied with those items that the committee. Okay, and I'll come back to Plum. Is that all right, Mr. Reyes?
Yes, my understanding, they have complied, the file's complete, but I don't mind having a 6-month just to make sure it's consistent.
That'd be
Okay.
great.
Well, with that addition, let's reopen the roll on item 7 as amended, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Coming back to items 8 through 37, 8 and 10 have been called special to hear from members of the public. Do we have requests for specials? Mr. Villaraigosa.
Item 27, special.
27 called special by Mr. Villaraigosa. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes?
Yes, Council President, just for the sake of clarity, I believe we should take 8 and 9 together since they're dealing with the same issues, the same subject matter. So that way the public hearing can be satisfying both items.
Great. 8 and 9 both called special and will be taken together. Any other specials? Ms. Michikowski?
Padilla, I think we let 9 go through on consent. It should have been called special with 8. is what
We haven't voted on that batch of
Okay.
items yet. So 8 and 9 have been called special. 10 is called special for cards. Mr. Villaraigosa calls 27 special. Any other specials on 8 through 37? 11 is related to 10. We'll call that special and take it up with item number 10. And if there's no other requests for specials, let's open the roll on the balance of the items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Next items, please.
On the continuation agenda, item number 38 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
And again, public hearing has been held. A motion from the floor would be required to reopen the public hearing. Request to call this item special. Mr. Parks?
Yes, item 38, we have a number, should have a number of cards and request a
Okay.
public
Again,
hearing.
public hearing has been held, so we're moving to reopen the public hearing. Mr. Parks?
Yes, I'm moving that we reopen it. We have a number of people that have put cards in that were not here at the prior meeting.
Okay. I only have one card as of now.
Okay.
For the proposal. So if there's somebody else here on item 38, they need to get their cards in soon. But we'll call that special, and we'll reopen the public hearing. Next item, please.
Mr. President, do you wish to go back to item number 6? I believe Mr. Parks requested to take that out of order.
Let's go to item 6. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would ask the county officials from Public Health to come up. They both made a presentation. Come to the chair. They both made a presentation at the Board of Supervisors yesterday. Back in September, we put forth a motion asking, as we read in a variety of articles with the prospects of losing medical services in the county, we came forward with a motion asking these county officials to come before our Arts and Health Committee to discuss what the expectation. Little did we know that in the subsequent time that we'd be confronted with the closure of Martin Luther King. And so having attended the Board of Supervisors yesterday and privy to some of their presentation, I think it would be helpful to all of us to hear the presentation about the general health of the health system, and then also particularly as it relates to the 8th, 9th, and 15th district about Martin Luther King. And what I would like, as we have the presentation, is to have some idea. We understand what the vote was in the 90-day gear down period, but what I would hope you'd be able to explain to us, is that a final decision in the sense that, or is there a timeline to reopen? And also, what are the alternatives for the community while this closure is in place, and what can they expect as it relates to what would be the key signs that it's coming back? So, just identify yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Thomas Garthwaite. I'm the Director and Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Health Services, County of Los Angeles. With me is Carol Meyer, who is the Director of the Emergency Medical Services part of the department, but they direct all the ambulances and paramedics around the various hospitals. Very intense job. To describe the state of health in the county would be a whole separate discussion, and I would just say that at some point the crisis in the uninsured in America is felt most here in LA County because of the number of uninsured. That stress is especially felt in our emergency medical system. It is felt in the emergency rooms around this county for one very good reason, and that is that the fundamental right we all have to health care in the United States is the right to go to an emergency room and be evaluated and stabilized. And that is our fundamental right to health care, and that's, I think, why you see all emergency rooms having so much trouble. Let me get on to King Drew Medical Center and the recommendation and subsequent actions regarding closure, not of King Drew Medical Center, not of King Drew Medical Center's emergency room, but only of the trauma unit at King Drew Medical Center. I would note that in yesterday's 65 or more presenters, we had virtual unanimity not to close the trauma center, but no significant suggestions of what to do to stabilize the medical center or to assure its continued operations. We've undertaken the proposed recommendation to the board about closing the trauma center simply to stabilize a very unstable medical center. This is a medical center that has had accreditors take away its ability to train surgical residents, take away its ability to train radiology residents, starting in July, take away its ability to train neonatal specialists, to have the accrediting body for hospitals propose to take away its accreditation, something that happens to less than 1% of hospitals in the United States, and to have the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services threaten to take away $200 million per year of federal funding for failure to meet conditions of participation. This is not a situation in which no action is acceptable. So what we have suggested is that we take some of the very sickest patients, those trauma patients, and send them to neighboring trauma centers, and that we therefore, I think, can help decompress and de-stress this hospital so that we can continue our efforts to rescue this hospital and to make it stronger for the community. The supervisor, let me just emphasize that this would affect about 6 patients per day who, once they're in a trauma ambulance, would be taken to other trauma hospitals, and I would argue trauma hospitals that are more stable, that are not in the same nursing crisis that King Drew is in, and not in the same accreditation crisis that King Drew is in, and would therefore place them in a facility better able to take care of their injuries than a hospital that is reeling as much as King is at the moment. Let me just tell you what I think the time frame is, and then I would welcome your questions. Between now and about 30 to 45 days from now, Carol Gunter and our department will be putting together a report and plan that will further add detail to the travel times, to the number of patients affected, to other alternative hospitals and trauma centers that would be taking up the slack or the patients from King Drew Medical Center. And at the end of putting together that report, once that's in place, and we will schedule a Bielenson hearing, which will include public comment and considerable discussion, I am sure, in front of the Board of Supervisors as to whether to proceed with the closure of the trauma center. So no decision has been made. The board has simply said they will entertain the idea. Between now and then, we will have 2, I think, second opinions. One is going to be harder to get. That is the management team that the board approved us hiring yesterday. This management team will come in to King Drew Medical Center under a memorandum of agreement with the Medicaid funders. And they will be undertaking both assessment but also actions to stabilize and help recover King Drew. In addition to that, I have recruited at the board's request, I think a rather elite group, which I don't have a formal name, but right now I'm calling them the King Drew Recovery Board. They will oversee this new management group and provide advice to the department with regards to additional actions to take at King Drew. That I have secured the service on that of former Surgeon General David Satcher, who was very helpful in assessing some of the training program issues at Drew University. So with that in mind, that's where we are today, and I would entertain any questions, and Carol and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Just one thing I want to reemphasize, because I think many people were in the impression that the vote yesterday caused a plan to go in action within 90 days to close the hospital. You're saying today that that vote merely is a report that will come back to give all of the alternatives. So the final decision has not been made.
I want to make it very clear, there has never been, nor do I know anybody that has ever suggested of closing the hospital. We're talking about a trauma center. The emergency room, which does 45,000 visits, will remain open.
I'm talking about the trauma center.
Trauma center only,
Okay.
right.
So is that what the vote was yesterday, is a 90-day period to look at options? Or is it
Right.
a
The vote,
90-day?
right. The vote yesterday was for us to proceed to move towards a public hearing to discuss this, to provide additional data, and to detail plans of how we would take that action,
Okay.
if they approve it at the end of the process.
Okay, so that means they'll have to come back for what, another vote before they make
Right.
that final decision?
Yes, there would be a vote in 45 to 60 days, I think, and then we would have an implementation phase if the vote permits us or asks us to go forward.
Okay. One thing that's unclear to many people in the community that supported Prop B thought that the trauma issue was resolved by that imposing taxes on themselves. Could you explain to us what may have gone awry or why Prop B didn't solve that problem?
Right. Well, I think Prop B stabilized the trauma system to a significant degree. Prop B doesn't solve trauma and emergency services for the county. It's been helpful in stabilizing private trauma hospitals and our ability to keep open the 3 trauma centers that the Department of Health Services runs, the county runs. So it is very helpful in stabilizing the trauma system. However, this issue with King Drew is really not so much about funding as it is about the stress on the hospital. Today, about half of our nurses in the critical areas, especially the critical areas affected by trauma patients, are temporary employees. They're traveling nurses and registry nurses. And there are just myriad of problems in trying to maintain stability and quality of care with that number of temporary employees. So this is not truly, in my mind, this has nothing to do with funding per se. This has to do with the stability of the hospital, how to decompress and take some of the pressure off while we stabilize this. And then we will build it back and have the discussion about reopening.
Okay. The other issue is that, and we're trying to do some research on it, is that we understand in the city of San Francisco that in order to deal with some of the issues in trauma and also emergency care, that there's some form of insurance that the city, they've done some evaluation as to what the high propensity users of the system and that are people that have no medical coverage, but that they themselves have put forth a insurance policy to cover some of those instances. Are you aware of that, or is that something that would be viable for this county?
I'm not personally aware of that. I can tell you in the private trauma centers, about 1/3 of the patients do not have insurance. In the county-run facilities, almost 50% of the patients who come in on trauma don't have insurance. So insurance and funding are critically important. Measure B has certainly helped that to a great degree. But again, in the specific instance of the trauma center at King Drew, I would continue to emphasize that this is about a very unstable hospital and having that hospital recover, and then to make the decision about where the best trauma centers should be.
Yeah, I understand, and I think you're giving us a practical solution, but the other side of those 1,000 patients that are in those ambulances, it does mean a little bit more to them in the travel distance. And, you know, this is one of those things that appears that we should be trying to fix this plane and change the engine while it's flying as opposed to closing it down. And I think that's where the real issue is that it's a practical solution, but yet we're dealing with lives. My district had 150 homicides in the last 18 months. Just a mere few miles longer ride could certainly impact those statistics, plus those who are injured seriously that go to Los Alamitos and things of that nature certainly could expand because of the lack of service or the extended travel. And so it's a human life issue, and I understand the practical numbers that you're dealing with and trying to bring the hospital back on its feet. But again, the 1,000 patients, and we say 6 a day, the difference of 6 a day could be 3 homicides versus 6 people being saved. And so these are the kind of numbers that we're concerned with also.
Right. I would just say that we will have data. We will calculate or find the data over the next month or so to look at the specific travel times and give the best estimates as to the travel time. We already have some data that the wait for the paramedics to turn over their patients at King Drew is somewhat longer than other inner city facilities, simply because of the stress on the hospital and the nursing staff and so forth. So the travel time, I mean, this is not just travel time. It's the travel time plus the ability of the hospital to respond once you get there, and the ability of the hospital to provide you ongoing care after surgery if you need it. And the picture for the patient is all of those things, not just those few minutes at the beginning. Those are critically important, the golden hour, I understand all that, but from the patient's point of view, all those things are important, and being taken to some place that's stable and ready to handle you and has adequate staff for your whole course of care, including the rush surgery to the operating room, is critically important.
Mr. Chair, just one more question. I was wondering, you mentioned that within 45 days you will have a report before the board. If we were to ask you to come back to brief us, what would that be appropriate time? Is that 60 or 60 days you'd have
Well, I think
some
if you want to affect the outcome, you have to do it before the Bielenson hearing, and so before 60 days.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Dr. Garthwaite, for coming before the City Council. Everyone knows that we don't have direct control over health services in the County of Los Angeles, but nevertheless, we're very concerned, mainly because, as Councilman Parks talked about, particularly in certain council districts, mine being one of those, my constituents depend on that hospital. My constituents' lives have been saved in that trauma center. And we also realize it's more of a regional issue, that in fact we believe the county's trauma system is already strained, is already overburdened. We had 23 trauma centers in the 80s. We're now down to 13. We feel closing one more trauma center will have a terrible impact, not only the lives of people in South Los Angeles, but for any of us that might be driving along the Harbor Freeway, the 105 freeway, and be involved in a terrible car accident and our life will depend on being transported to the closest trauma center. Let me say, and I'll ask you what I'm particularly concerned about. As you know, I think this was bad advice that you gave the County Board of Supervisors. I think it was the wrong recommendation to close the trauma center, to some way decompress the hospital, so that the problems that have been identified with nursing shortages and maybe improper patient care and not being able to meet some regulatory concerns would be fixed. In answer whether or not anything in the trauma center was ever a subject of a report that it was behaving badly.
The only thing I could say with regard to the quality of care in the trauma center is that prior to last July, we had 5 category or level 1 trauma centers. 4 of the 5 have been re-verified and reaccredited. Those are the ones, and King Drew was the one that was not reaccredited. They had not been reaccredited for 6 years. There are some specific weaknesses and recommendations in the report from the American College of Surgeons that I think were consistent with the other things that regulators have found and criticized during their visits to King Drew.
Was there ever a recommendation from any of these agencies that the trauma center be closed?
No, not from those agencies, no. Not from, no.
And
But I would just say that there is very clear recommendation from all your agencies that we meet all the standards. Then they leave it up to us to figure out how to meet the standards. When I discuss how do we meet the standards, what's in your way, when I ask the consultants from the Camden Group, when I ask other very experienced healthcare administrators that have served at King Drew, either full-time now or who we've brought from other parts of our department to serve there, they turn to me and they say, we can't prepare to meet the inspections and meet all the standards at the same time that we have so many temporary employees and we have to train them and bring them up. So they're saying they're stressed.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the trauma center.
Well, where's the stress coming from? Who are the sickest patients in the hospital?
The fact that the county has not signed a contract with nurses, to me, is not a problem that can't be solved while you have the trauma center remain open. And in fact, isn't that part of at the core of the problem at King Drew is the fact that we have these temporary traveling nurses instead of full-time county nurses working at that hospital?
Yeah, I would say that there are several reasons why we have trouble hiring nurses. There's a national nurse shortage. There's a California nurse shortage that's a little worse than the national nurse shortage. And in addition, it's very hard to recruit nurses and other staff to a hospital that's so much in the press and getting really negative publicity.
It's also hard to recruit nurses when there's not a contract.
Yeah, and I would say, I would add that the county has not signed a contract with the nurses, but I would also add that I think yesterday significant progress was made that should allow that to happen soon. And I'm very hopeful, and there's also some good news for King Drew, I believe, if that contract gets settled.
Here's the other reason why I think it's was a bad recommendation, it's the wrong decision, is because in February, I understand that the hospital's trauma load was already cut by 18%. For this very reason, and we were already diverting about 500 patients to other trauma centers for the exact reason you're talking about, that somehow that would help fix these problems. Did that help fix any problem since February?
I believe that well,
and if so, why are we in the situation we're in today?
Well, I can tell you I believe we've made significant progress, but that's not a very believable statement because I'm in charge. And so let me tell you that both the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Jeff Flick, who's reported in the newspapers, but also in public hearing, is saying significant progress has been made.
Right.
The Joint Commission, when they came, said, we see this ship turning, but you have to turn more. There's more to do. So yes, I think there's been significant effort. I think by restricting to some degree the workload at the hospital, it has allowed us to make some of the progress we have made. This is a long-term project.
It hasn't solved the problems, and what you're saying is by closing the trauma center, we're going to fix these problems. Yet in February, we were already diverting trauma patients, and those problems haven't significantly been fixed enough to prevent us from being here today. And the other, I know my time's up. But you said, we're going to have plans to transport these trauma patients to other surrounding hospitals. Okay, St. Francis has already it's been reported that they don't have the kind of trauma services that we're going to need. You're expecting California Hospital to come online with a trauma center, yet they're not even online. They haven't even decided whether or not they want to be a trauma center. And I'm also very concerned that county officials are some ways saying that they can calculate drive time. Tom LaBonge instant poll in this audience, who can calculate drive time any time of the day in Los Angeles on any freeway? Not one of us can calculate drive time. So for you to say that somehow you're going to make sure ambulances and paramedics are going to have the kind of drive time that won't cost patients their life, I just think is an incredible statement. I don't think we can make that statement.
Can I ask you to press your button again?
Just respond in two ways. One, first of all, the additional data with regards to whether California is part of the network and other things will, I think, be available in time for the hearing, so that will be part of the additional data and will be part of the supervisor's decision-making process. In terms of drive time, to the extent that the records from the paramedics include the pickup time and the hospital records include the uptake time, the opportunity then to look at the practical experience of an ambulance with its red lights blaring to tell how long it takes to get at a certain time of day from a particular point where they pick someone up till they can get to a hospital should be calculable. I recognize that those are relatively tough data elements to come up with, but I don't think they're impossible. I think they're quite doable.
Mr. Ludlow, followed by Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to pick up a couple of areas that have been touched on before. The accreditation issue we've heard it referred to on a couple of occasions as a pretty significant blow to the facility. Can you just shed a little bit of light on what your sources are telling you now is the status of the accreditation process at King Drew?
Well, there's several accreditations. I'll start with,
if you could hold my time.
I would just say that the main accreditation for a hospital is the Joint Commission on Accreditation for Healthcare Organizations. Most hospitals in the United States have that accreditation. We have been accredited in the past. This time they came out and did several special surveys, often in response to incidents of poor patient care that were documented well in the press in Los Angeles. As a result of those surveys, they felt they found certain weaknesses, that we didn't meet certain hospital standards, and they gave us an opportunity to respond to those standards. But
Did you agree
and we've fixed many of the things, but they have to be in place when they come to inspect. And
So
so
let me-
they proposed removing the accreditation.
So what are the interim controls that you as a department director have to ensure that we pass accreditation?
I'm sorry?
How do you get prepared as a department director to make sure one of your facilities passes accreditation?
Right. Well, we do a variety of things. We have obviously internal processes. We have mock surveys. In King's case, we hired a consultant from the outside to come in and help to prepare for the surveys. So we educate staff. One of the biggest challenges is when you educate staff so that the documentation meets standards, so that the processes meet standards, so that every drug is given on time to the right patient, that meets standard. That all requires education and knowledge of the medical center. All right? If half of your nurses, who are really key in all this, if half of your nurses stay only 8 weeks with you and you only have 1, maybe 2 weeks of orientation and 6 weeks of service, you always are dealing with,
So you mentioned
in a way,
four
rookie
things.
nurses. I mean, those are some of the things, right?
Surveys, consultants, staff education, and mock. What happened in this case? How did you not internally pass?
We find failure to meet certain standards ourselves, and then surveyors, because they're trained to look at this.
Let me ask you,
yeah.
how far back did you identify that failure? Did I just hear you say
Well,
that?
the things that we found in the process of getting ready for the survey, we fixed in advance of the survey to the extent we can fix them. First of all, let me just say that I don't know of any hospital
that doesn't make sense to me. So you set up a series of,
Well, there's
let me ask
hundreds
you,
or
so
maybe-
you set up a series of internal controls
Right.
to make sure that you could pass. You pointed out that those internal controls, you passed, but then you fail in the accreditation. Something's not adding up.
Well, let me say two things. First of all, there are hundreds and not thousands of standards, all right? In addition, no hospital gets 100% right. You can go into any hospital at any time and find failure to meet a standard in an instance or a case.
About how many trauma centers have
It's a
failed
matter of
accreditation?
how many.
In the last 5 years, how many trauma centers in LA County have not passed accreditation?
Well, it's a different accreditation process. We weren't referring to that. Carol may know that answer.
We're not referring to what?
The accreditation of trauma centers is a different process than the accreditation of hospitals.
And so in the last, let's take the last, just the last year, how many hospitals in LA County have lost their accreditation?
Carol, you know?
No hospital in Los Angeles County has lost JCAHO accreditation because JCAHO accreditation is required to be a trauma center. This hospital is losing JCAHO accreditation and therefore isn't even going to be eligible to be a trauma center.
So the internal, so just so that I'm following these dots, so the internal accreditation process that you get ready for, in this case, we passed on the hospital side.
Well, I think we've recognized that we still have weaknesses. We fix as much as we can fix. We train people as much as we can train them. We teach and ask residents and doctors to use the proper abbreviations in the chart. If someday they don't do it, then we have to go back.
Dr. Garthwaite, with all due respect, it's real hard to stomach what I'm hearing right now. I think it's pretty apparent. We failed on the internal side, otherwise we never would have failed on the external side. It's as crystal clear as can be. You can point to, well, we had difficulty training nurses because everybody's on different schedules, but if we haven't had a hospital lose accreditation in LA County, how can you say that this happens at all the hospitals? I didn't say that. There's a question. Well, I just heard your colleague mention that. But let me ask you another question. 47,000 patients are seen by your emergency room every year. That's what
approximately, right.
I've been hearing from you. How are you going to accommodate those? And it's my understanding that those tend to be the sickest patients.
The trauma
there's
patients.
1,800 trauma patients.
So the
45,000
so the 47,000 emergency
room patients, right. They'll continue to get care.
Now, how many of the 2,100 that are trauma? Is it 47,000 plus the 2,100 trauma, or is it 47,000 emergency, and of the 47,000, 21 are trauma?
That's correct.
The latter.
So it's 47,000.
Right.
And in that, 2,100 are trauma.
Right.
All right, so these are theoretically the sickest patients. And the 2,100 are in there. I mean, you guys can spin these numbers any way you want. How are you going to deal with 47,000 incredibly sick patients that right now have waiting times up to 12 and 15 hours?
45,200 will continue to come to King Drew's emergency room. The people there will have a little bit more time to treat them because they won't be treating the 1,800 patients who will be diverted to other trauma centers that we believe are more able to handle the load at this particular time.
All right, well, just, Mr. President, I have two last questions and I'll wrap up. But one just speaks to the strange question as to these other facilities you're talking about. If we have a funding problem at King Drew, and we've got an insurance issue which you've raised and others have raised, where are these other facilities going to get the money to pay for these patients when they go to their facilities? There's a figure here that's just floating around that we're going to shut this one down because we've got a funding problem. We're going to shift them over to these hospitals because they're ready to accommodate them, but they're not going to get paid either. I don't get it.
Well, no one has said.
Let me just ask, what are we doing to engage Washington? What are we doing to engage Sacramento? Is there an emergency plan where our board of supervisors with you are heading off to go meet with White House officials? Are we going to meet with governor's officials? Is that the kind of action that we're going to see from this Department of Health Services? Or can we trade one Iraq hospital for King Drew? Or what are we doing here? What are we asking? What are we asking for?
First of all, no one has suggested, and we're not suggesting, that this recommendation to close a trauma center is based on money. Yes, if we end up paying a little bit more money to private hospitals to take on these patients, it will bring back our crisis, our cliff, our budget problems a little bit sooner. The issue in terms of what the county board of supervisors does, is they work very hard to try to get the state legislature to either provide money, which has not been forthcoming, or to allow them to impose additional revenue enhancements, i.e. taxes or fees, to raise money for the healthcare system, have been denied the opportunity to do that. They have to have permission to even put it on the ballot in Los Angeles. And Supervisor Molina, I know, has personally gone forward to try to make that happen. I go with them when they go to Washington, and I will tell you there is not any hope of getting money in Washington. We are barely given a chance to raise the issues, let alone given any hope that there are additional dollars that will be forthcoming for health care. I would say there is a ballot measure that reflects the problem in the state as a whole and really reflects the problem in the nation as a whole with regards to emergency and trauma services and the healthcare crisis that we continue to experience for lack of a national public policy.
Last question. Can you Can the County Board of Supervisors and the Department of Health Services, can you all run this system?
It's a good question. You're asking is the current governance structure helpful in running the healthcare system? Well, I've actually run two very large systems, the Department of Veterans Affairs, healthcare system nationally, and this one. And I'll tell you that the closer that politics gets to operations, the harder it is to operate, because many decisions must be made day to day. Civil service rules get in the way. Contracting challenges get in the way. Lack of incentives and get in the way. Many things get in the way. So running a healthcare system would be a whole lot easier if politics were as far away as possible. Politics, to me, is about public policy, funding of healthcare, but not about the day-to-day operations of a facility. And that's my opinion.
May have been the best thing I've heard in this whole fight. I appreciate that last answer. Thank you.
You're welcome. I have Mr. Reyes next, and then Ms. Hahn for a second time.
Thank you, Council President. I rise because I had the opportunity to speak with Supervisor Molina. And it was obvious to me the frustration in her voice, and that they are trying to do something. They are trying hard to make it work. And in my mind, although I don't represent the areas that are impacted immediately, I understand the frustration and the anger, what happens to people on a day-to-day basis. But I truly believe it's not because the supervisors aren't trying, or because I'm hearing very clearly if the politics would stay away, perhaps we can do something that is more effective. As a person who has been in the hospital in General County, as a patient, as a child, watching my family members go through that process, my friends go through that process, it does really hurt when you're not healing. The immediate impact is very real. But the bottom line right now, in my mind, is how do we work together with the supervisors and the systems to make it work? We need to figure out how we leverage our city resources so that the county resources and their benefits can multiply. Instead of putting ourselves in a position where we're pitting against each other, either because of jurisdictional issues, or because of class issues, or because of race issues, whatever it may be. The bottom line, the blood is red. And when it spills, it hurts. And so I would hope that we can put ourselves in a place where we can start working constructively and maybe let those who are doing the actual service, actually mending the wounds, let us know when we are interfering with their process. Because when you have a code red, when you have a trauma situation, it doesn't matter who passed the bill or who got what, where, and when. The fact is, it still hurts. I just want to thank you for your hard work, and I hope we continue in a manner that is constructive for those who truly need it. Thank you.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, Mr. President, members, I wasn't going to speak because frankly, we've talked on this issue before when we voted to ask the county to revisit this issue. I don't want to demagogue on the issue. I'll be absolutely clear. This is a really tough issue, everyone. We're living in a city where we have more uninsured people than any city in the country. We're living in ground zero, the place where more people who work every single day don't have health care. We're living at a time in California when the state has refused to provide the money that the county needs to provide the health care for people. I co-chaired Proposition B, the trauma care effort. I know that that was just a drop in the bucket of what we need to do to address this issue of trauma care. But I also know, and I agree with my colleagues, that we're moving too fast here. That to close down this trauma center without making an incredible effort on all of our parts, the city, the county, the state, and the federal government, is just the wrong way to go. But I can tell you this, there aren't any easy solutions. We have people today who are against the closing of this trauma center, who are speaking out, against the effort to get employers to provide health care in California, even though we know that there's no money at the state or the federal government right now for that. We have people who stand up and speak out of both sides of their mouth with respect to this issue and say, we got a problem here, but refuse to be a part of the solution. I join my colleagues today not because I don't think this is a complex issue. It is. This is not an issue where we can just put on the shoulders and the head of our supervisors. The truth is there are structural problems that have created the lack of health care in this county, and there are solutions, but they're tough solutions, everybody. It's going to mean that all of us are going to have to stand up and speak out to the idea that in California it's unacceptable that we have so many uninsured. It's unacceptable that the private sector and the public sector haven't come together to figure out this issue. It's unacceptable that we have so many children who go without health care. And so I stand up today with my colleagues today in support of their effort here, but I also understand there are no simple solutions here, everyone. There are only tough problems and tough challenges. I speak as someone who authored the Healthy Families Program, the largest expansion of health care in California, and yet just a drop in the bucket of what we need to do. So I look forward to working with not only with the council, but with our supervisors at the state level to provide the funding that we need to create the opportunities that will truly say we're not just speaking out and identifying what the problem is, but that we're working together to find a solution.
Ms. Han.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I agree. There's no easy solution. You know, no one loves this hospital more than I do. No one. I was a young teenager when Coretta Scott King came out here, and I stood with her as we broke ground to build that hospital, which was to finally give South Los Angeles access to health care like every other part of Los Angeles County. So I know there's no easy solutions. It breaks my heart, Tom, that it got to this point. It breaks my heart. In my opinion, there is no reason that hospital is where it is today, except for somebody wasn't paying attention, somebody was not holding anyone accountable, and the problems were allowed to fester and get out of control, and that just breaks my heart. And with all due respect, Antonio, this is not about money. This is not really about who has health insurance. In fact, there'll be a lot of people who are covered by health insurance that are going to need that trauma center and won't be able to be transported to it. And I guess my final question is, if the county supervisors in that secret meeting, which I think violated the Brown Act, ladies and gentlemen, they went into that secret meeting with it being agendized to talk about some pending legislation, and came out, all 5 of them, in agreement that they were going to move to close the trauma center. You know, we're not allowed to do that. The public has a right to know how they came to that decision. The public has a right to know what facts were presented to them to have them make that conclusion. I guess my question to you, Tom, would be, if they had said, based on everything we've said, lives will be lost, paramedics are not going to be able to pick up the slack, neighboring hospitals are not going to be able to pick up the slack. Tom, that's a bold decision, but that's off the table. Closing the trauma center is off the table. Give me another alternative to fixing these problems. What would you have said?
I'm not sure what I would have said, because we had been working to try to decompress and to take some of the stress off
And it didn't work.
in other ways. We've been trying to sign contracts and have had some success at moving patients to other hospitals.
Is there another way to fix the problems that have been identified without decompressing the hospital? because I don't think that works, and I think that's going to cost lives. What else would you have said? What else would you have come back with?
Yeah. See, I don't see any way of really being successful if we can't lower the stress and lower the challenge. The other things that we at least considered in trying to lower the stress, I met with some of the service chiefs. They suggested that they would come in on the weekends and try to move patients through more quickly, which would get, if you can get patients discharged and expedite that process, you might have a little more room for patients. We signed some contracts and provided some funding to move patients to other hospitals that had vacant beds and had adequate staffing. So we were doing those things already, trying to relieve some of the pressure on the staff so that we felt that we could get the accreditation standards met. But
See, I haven't heard any problem. I don't think it's fixable. I think they're all people problems. I think they're all problems that can be solved by an expert team, as you said, that can just go in there and fix the problems.
And I think
I don't think 6 to 10 patients a day coming in through the trauma center is going to make or break that hospital. But I, in fact, think denying those patients access to that trauma center will cost lives. My recommendation, and I know Bernard is going to have you maybe come back and tell us how it's going. I also think it was a violation of the Bielenson Act. I don't think you're supposed to make the decision to close before you hold the Bielenson hearings. As the way I read it,
there is no decision yet.
The Bielenson hearings have to be held to all the facts. I don't think all the facts have been out the table. I guess my recommendation to you and would be to go back to the drawing board, see if you might find another way to save that hospital, because I believe there will be legal actions taken to prevent that trauma center from being closed.
Mr. Parks.
Don't doubt it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also, I think many things have said very important, and I think you get the gist of our concerns. I would ask you, and although we can't direct you, whether you'd look at what's going on in San Francisco, if that's a viable
No, we're most happy
approach.
to do that. Yeah.
I would hope also that as you go forward on this next 45 days, that with those two independent panels, that we would have a different solution coming back to the board. That we can look at another way to decompress the hospital without taking advantage of the sickest of the sick, and particularly those that rely on that split-second emergency care. We have put a lot of money into the City of Los Angeles paramedic program to get people into the hospital. We would hope that it does not evaporate because they have a longer distance to go. Would also would like, Mr. Chair, if we would move this back to the Arts Committee and ask them to monitor progress over the next 45 days rather than receive and file, so that we can have this back at a time that our voices could be heard as the counties may be making a decision on this issue within the next 45 days. Thank you very much for your coming here and explaining this.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. Is there any objection to that action? If not, this file is so referred, and we'll keep tracking it. Madam Clerk, let's go back now to item number 3. Mr. Garcetti's here, and he moves approval on item number 3. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. I've also been informed that item 27 is simply a substitute motion on a special event item. So if there's no further need for discussion, that substitute motion has been distributed. Seeing no discussion, let's open the roll on the substitute for item 27. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved, and also items 10 and 11 can be taken together. We have 2 speaker cards and can dispense with that item rather quickly. So, Madam Clerk and colleagues, let's take items 10 and 11 up next, and let's hear from Jim Brewer, Chuck Francoeur, and Stanley Lamport on items 10 and 11. Items 10 and 11 are now before us. Go ahead.
Mr. Council President, council members, my name is Jim Brewer. I'm Vice President of Construction of Spiegel Development. Spiegel Development is the applicant in this matter, which is a tract map for 18 detached condominiums on a one-lot subdivision with a zone change incident to the tract map to an RD3 zone. The zone change request is consistent with the community plan in this North Hills area. The tract map is consistent with the conditions of the RD3 zone, and I just wanted to voice the fact that we've worked hard and abided by all the rules and regulations of the city's zone ordinance and the manner in which to process our tract map, and we ask for your support. We have a joint venture partner who has constructed this project. I'd like to give Chuck Francoeur an opportunity to show you the merits of our design, our land plan, as well as the construction methods. This is because there is an appeal that has been made to our project which doesn't address the fact that we have a very well-conceived project. The appeal is based on technical matters that we don't feel have given our project a chance to shine as it should. Chuck Francoeur.
Can y'all do that in 60 seconds or less?
I'll do my best. Thank you, members of the City Council. This subdivision was considered by the advisory agency back on May 6th and was approved unanimously by the advisory agency. Additionally, this project was actually heard by the North Vale Area Planning Commission on the appeal filed by the appellant. Again, after reviewing the exhibits that I'm going to quickly put in front of you, it was unanimously approved and ratified. And the appeal was summarily denied. Careful consideration in terms of this subdivision was given to the aesthetics of the existing community, the impact of the existing community. We've mitigated it through having increased landscaping, reduced density, and additional parking on site. The property abutting ours to the north, which is the appellant's property, currently possesses concertina razor wire. My objective with my subdivision is to go in and try and remove those kind of eyesore elements and overall enhance the community and provide a better quality of living for not only the new subdivision itself, but for the abutting properties as well. Thank you.
Okay. Stanley Lamport.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm here on behalf of the appellant this morning, James Kay. Briefly, Mr. Kay has been trying to make it clear to everyone who can listen that this project is grossly out of scale with the surrounding residential neighborhood, and to make it clear that this is a project that doesn't really provide the promise of something that integrates with the community. This is a 18-unit condominium project on a single-family residential street. This is one of the few areas in this part of the city that really has retained its residential character. The letter that we circulated this morning has copies of the exhibits. These houses are all set back 40 feet from the street, yet this project goes right into the front yard setback. This is a two-story project. The applicant keeps saying that he's got these thoughtful architectural plans, but the architectural plans actually don't account for the density problem that results from this project. This is one view, and we went back and rescaled this to make sure it was done to scale. This shows the existing residential roof heights. This is the envelope that the city is approving. This project is densely out of scale. It's pushed way out to the street, and it has an adverse effect on the single-family neighborhood. The applicant says he's got these plans that give you a fairly good view of sort of thoughtful architecture. The problem is that those elevations that he's showing you aren't the ones that you see on the street. The front elevation, which is the one that he's been showing for this project, faces this part of the project. It faces this way. This is this boxy square rear end of the building. This is the side of the building. This is another boxy appearance. This is not what you're going to see on this street. This project literally turns its back on the single-family neighborhood, and you are steering into the rear of these houses, these structures, as if these residential structures were on an alley. It is incompatible with the community plan for the area, which it makes it abundantly clear that this project is supposed to integrate with the existing neighborhood. The Mission Hills Panorama City North Hills Community Plan emphasizes preserving existing single-family residential neighborhoods. it says that the city must protect existing single-family residential neighborhoods from new out-of-scale development. And the city is to protect existing stable, single-family, low-density residential neighborhoods from encroachment by higher-density residential and other incompatible uses. And that the city should promote neighborhood preservation.
May I ask you to conclude, please?
Yes. The point, none of these issues, by the way, were addressed in the negative declaration for this project. And the whole point is this. In the years that I've been in the front of the city, going back to the time when my father sat in this room, I've watched how individual single-family neighborhoods get destroyed by putting high-density, out-of-character residential development in the neighborhood. This thing is out of scale. It is out of place. This is not a NIMBY opposition. There are plenty of things that could be done on this lot to make it compatible with the neighborhood. It's just not done in this case. It's not compatible. It's not a wise decision for the city to let this kind of development occur. And my client is pleading with the city council to preserve an existing single-family neighborhood by requiring the developer to go back and bring something back that's in scale.
Thank you very much. This will conclude public comment on this item. We recognize Mr. Cardenas.
Yes, if I understand correctly, these units are for sale, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
For sale units, so it's not an apartment complex?
No, sir. I take great umbrage to the classification of these homes. They're single-family detached homes, are a multifamily project. They are, in fact, detached. They have rear yards, front yards, side yards. Okay. I'm observing all setbacks, which is consistent with the neighborhood in terms of setbacks. Before you are actually exhibits that reflect to scale, prepared by my architect, which adequately show, number one, the actual architecture that I have. Steve, would you please hold those up? To scale, please hold up the one showing the actual architecture. I'm actually showing Steve, can I see that, please? This shows the front, rear, side architecture. What I do in all my homes is actually enhance the architecture. I don't build little pink boxes with no redeeming value, be it the front, side, or rear of the property.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm very familiar with that community, and I'm very familiar with a lot of things that were mentioned. And the fact of the matter is that community has been transitioning dramatically. And personally, my district is not too far from there, and I personally welcome the fact that some developers are in fact engaging in for sale. For far too long, the transition has been to build very boxy lot line apartment complexes, and I think this is a great transition rather than what could be the case on a transition in that neighborhood. So therefore, I move the North Valley Planning Commission's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate the motion from my colleague, Mr. Cardenas. In this case, we did have a review by both myself and Councilmember Weiss, and we're able to deliberate some of these issues and tried our best to reach that balance. And we're looking at how we maintain the pressures of housing, the stress we have, at the same time putting together the kind of project that is compatible. And it's not always easy, but I think in this case, the council office of the district did their very best to try to meet that balancing point. And I just want to thank them for their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Other members wishing to be heard? If not, let's open the roll on Mr. Cardenas' motion, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. That's both items 10 and 11. And that now brings us to an item a lot of you have been waiting for, items 8 and 9. Let me recognize Mr. Reyes as the Chair of Planning, Ms. Misikowski as a representative of the district for some brief opening comments, and I'm not sure if either of you will want staff to present before we go to our public hearings today. Mr. Reyes.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Colleagues, this is probably one of the largest, most significant land use decisions we'll be making in a few years. And when you look at the history of this tremendous site, we go back to 1993. We go through 3 different owners. We go through a process in which then Councilman Ruth Galanter took a very, very strong role in trying to assess the various opportunities, trying to fold in all the stakeholders, and work through that process all the various issues that I believe brings to date a balanced approach. With the stewardship of Councilor Misikowski in the past few years, we've been able to focus on many of the details. But when you appreciate the scale of this project, and when you absorb the various elements that are being put forth, you'll find that the city family, the planning department, and all the other departments have been working diligently on this issue, have been able to promote a balanced approach. And granted, there are some that would say it should be one way and the only way. There are others that will say this is a higher priority. But part of that creative tension is trying to achieve that level of work that tries to address as many needs as possible within the space, within the time, and within the budgets that are before us. So at this point, what I'd like to do is ask the planning staff to put forth their report. And what we're acting on is on items number 8 and 9 together. It's the Playa Vista EIR Statement of Overriding Consideration, Mitigation and Monitoring Program, a General Plan Amendment, a Specific Plan Amendment to Area D, Zone Change and Development Agreement. And item 9, we have the appeals of vesting track maps. I'd like to ask my colleague, Councilman Musicala, if you'd like to speak now or after the presentation. So what I'd like to do at this point is give ourselves the opportunity to understand what the planning staff has done through their presentation. And after that, we'll go ahead and start our discussion. One last point, because we needed to make sure that everyone understood the implications and ramifications of our actions, it's important that we open up the public hearing, and we'll do that after the presentation. We'll discuss the timing of that issue. Thank you. So, Mr. Hamilton, would you like to proceed, please?
Good morning, council members. For the record, Gordon Hamilton, Department of City Planning. The Village of Playa Vista is the second and last phase of the master plan community called Playa Vista. It is a 76-lot subdivision on approximately 111 acres, surrounded by the area in Phase 1 that has already been approved for development. To provide a context for the project before you today, I would like to just take a moment to go over the Phase 1 history and how the actions of 1993 and 1995 have set the stage for Phase 2. Phase 1 approvals allowed for the development in Area D, which is on the map behind me, excluding the centerpiece and a small portion of Area B just for the purposes of the freshwater marsh. That's the portion in Area B. Phase 1 was approved for 3,246 units of residential, 3.2 million square feet of office, 35,000 square feet of retail, and 120,000 square feet of community serving uses. There was also 28.6 acres of active open space and 80 acres of passive open space. In taking its action in 1993 and 1995, the City Council was not only approving the individual pieces, meaning residential, then commercial, then retail, but rather taking the sum of the parts. The design objective was to produce an integrated community containing housing, shops, workplaces, a school, parks, and civic facilities, all with a clear interdependence with one another. The vision was not to invent something new by way of urban design, but to borrow from what has worked over time and to create livable places. Stable, high-density, walkable communities are part of the city's history. Design examples were drawn from the medium to high-density neighborhoods of Mid-Wilshire and other locations in the city. Applying these design principles and adding pocket parks that help define neighborhoods, ground floor retail to activate streets, and carefully placing other community amenities in various locations is an example of the traditional neighborhood design and placemaking as frequently described by Donlin Linden and Charles Moore in their book, Chambers for a Memory Palace. The village at Playa Vista is designed to connect seamlessly to the rest of Phase 1 by continuing the design principles and land use patterns and by offering a center for the community. This phase would add 2,600 residential units, a portion of which are affordable units, 175,000 square feet of office space, 150,000 square feet of retail, 40,000 square feet of community serving uses, and 11.4 acres of active park space. This phase also will allow for the completion of the freshwater wetland system comprised of the riparian corridor and the freshwater marsh, a feature that will provide water cleansing benefits and also provide important habitat for the area wildlife. It is also important to note that Phase 2 originally included areas A, B, C in addition to Area D. The total area for both phases was over 1,000 acres. The project size of both phases now is approximately 30% of the original size. Before you today are a number of land use entitlements as mentioned by Councilman Reyes, a development agreement, 3 subdivision appeals, and an environmental study. I'd like to introduce Mark Wershing to very briefly summarize those entitlements.
And members of the City Council, I'm Mark Wershing with the Planning Department. Item number 8 before you consists of 4 entitlement approvals for the Village at Playa Vista project. The first 2 are the community plan amendment and zone change. Seek to exchange existing industrial plan designation and zoning for commercial and adjoining residential plan designations and zoning. The third entitlement request is amendments to the text of the Playa Vista Area D specific plan to make changes in the amount of floor area and in the number of dwelling units. The fourth request is for a development agreement. The agreement would last for 25 years, freeze existing regulations in place, and permit the project to be completed in exchange for 5 public benefits. Also, the applicant is requesting that additional findings for the statement of overriding considerations and for the community plan be adopted by the City Council. On environmental impacts, while most of the impacts are mitigated, this project will have significant impacts after mitigation on air quality, noise, population, housing and employment, traffic and circulation, fire protection, police protection, solid waste, visual qualities, and archaeological resources. A fifth entitlement approval request is item 9, the concurrent case vesting tentative tract map 60110. And 3 appeals have been filed contesting this approval from the Ballona Wetlands Ecosystem Education Project and the Ballona Wetlands Land Trust, the Gabrielino Tongva Indians and the Native American Heritage Commission, and Tom Potlin of Mar Vista. The first 2 are previous appeals to the Planning Commission, and a third is a new appeal. The Planning and Land Use Management Committee recommends denials of the 3 appeals. And that's my presentation.
Okay. We're available for questions, or we can come back, your preference.
Okay, well, let's...
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. As you can see, we are giving you the Reader's Digest version of a very long process. There's so many issues here that have been thought through, addressed, so many technical matters that we've been able to essentially review. But what astonishes me is that we're actually reaching a balanced approach when you start looking at the percentage of the acreage of how they're being used. And it's very important that we allow a public hearing process that permits and actually provides the various stakeholders to express their concerns, their observations, so that the full council can hear all sides of the issue. But before we go there, again, I'd like to ask Councilman Sakowski if you would like to speak at this point. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes, and thank you to the work that has been done, not only by your committee, but the planning staff. As was indicated, this is a Reader's Digest version, but the planning staff and everyone in the audience, I think, has been participating in this process, some since the beginning in the early 90s, leading to an approval in 93 and 95 of what was then a master plan. Many very, very ardently working with the state legislature, working with the proposition of, to provide money so that what was a version in 1993 of a master plan that would have had something upwards of 13,000 units and over 5 million square feet of office, that has changed dramatically. And it's changed dramatically because the voters of this state and the passion of a lot of the community said that should not happen. A lot of this is wetlands, as the picture is showing in the area, particularly west of Lincoln and north of Jefferson. There is a lot of land that should be preserved. Today it is preserved by the vote of the people of this state and the ardent support of making that happen. We are now dealing with the remainder. As the remainder, there need to be adjustments in the specific plan. We still know in this city that we have a desperate need for housing. We have a desperate need, as we do housing, to do housing in balance with jobs, with areas of proportion and balance that is called smart growth or principles of that nature. And I think Mr. Hamilton raised those a little bit. What we're dealing with today is, I believe, a smart growth today in executing the rest of the village master plan for Playa Vista after having secured 70% of the land as permanent open space. There will be, and I believe that now might be an appropriate time to do the public hearing, but let me let you know that there have been a number of not only official public hearings, but beyond that, individual meetings on the issues, not only within my office and my office directly and me directly, with issues that were raised early on, like the issues of methane and what should we do about controlling methane on this site. And today we have a methane ordinance and tougher standards because of those meetings and that fortitude of those people pushing forward. We had issues, and the first thing that I did when I took this district came into my under my jurisdiction as CD11 was to meet on the issue of affordable housing, because for a benefit of a development agreement, it seems to me that even if there's not a requirement of affordable housing, there should be affordable housing. If we're talking about jobs, housing, balance, it should be for all sides. So we have upped the requirement, upped the proportion, upped the distribution, and upped the kind of affordable housing that is on this site. So methane we have addressed specifically. Affordable housing we have addressed specifically. On the issue of parks, it's very nice that we have 70% of this land in open space, but a lot of that wetlands is not going to be known as serious active recreation. So we worked with this developer to make sure that on his own site, counting for his project, he's got to provide usable parkland on his site in addition to the 70% of open space, because we need fields, we need playing areas, we need not only the population is going to be part of this development, but beyond that, the population in the greater area, the kids need the soccer fields and the baseball fields. We have met with the neighborhood councils. I have met personally with the neighborhood councils on some of their issues, which are more narrow rather than the global issues, although the global issues are before us. After the public hearing, I will speak again. I will introduce a motion to address some of the neighborhood council issues that have come up. But I also would like to say that there have been 4 neighborhood councils that generally have given us their opinions about this project. One immediately to the south of this project, the Westchester Neighborhood Council has taken a stand in support of this. The Del Rey Neighborhood Council, immediately and perhaps most impacted, has not come out in opposition, has instead worked diligently to get neighborhood traffic mitigation. 2 other neighborhood councils, the Mar Vista Neighborhood Council and the Venice Neighborhood Council, which don't abut this but are concerned with some of the traffic impacts, have taken a position of opposition, but the Mar Vista one has asked for neighborhood traffic mitigation, and that's going to be the motion that I'm directed. We have 2 adjoining, one adjoining a city, Culver City, and we have a spokesperson here from Culver City, and I understand the city of Culver City is in support of this project as a neighboring jurisdiction. The city of Santa Monica, not adjoining this, and much further north, has indicated its opposition. But in each case, we have met with these, worked through their concerns, and tried to put in these conditions in the development approval, in the tract map, addressing each and every issue that came up and trying to push it further and push the developer further to address those concerns to the satisfaction of the neighborhood and the communities. So I think at this point is Mr. Reyes, and well, let me turn it back to Mr. Reyes at this point.
Thank you, Councilman Mrzakowski, and thank you for your hard work. Before I'd like to do a motion that we open a public hearing. Again, I think it's important that we allow that flexibility and allow for 30 minutes on each side. Because of the abbreviated public hearing we had at Plum, it's important that we do allow for that full attention, and we allow both sides to give their points of view and maximize our process here. It's been seconded.
Thank you. Let me ask a couple quick questions. Ms. Mrzakowski mentioned various neighborhood councils' consideration of this item. Was it the Area Planning Commission or the Citywide Planning Commission that considered this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And
It went to both. Area Planning Commission made comments. to the City Planning Commission, which ultimately acted on to approve it.
Okay, and the Planning and Land Use Committee also considered this as well.
Yes, we reviewed it, but unfortunately, because of lack of attendance from some of the members, it wasn't complete.
No, my point in asking these questions is there has already been ample time for public comment and public input, but we're taking this step here at the council to further allow for public comment and input. This isn't the first and only opportunity for
Of
public
course not.
comment
This
and input.
goes back many years with many different hearings, and you're right. This
Reiterating
amplified.
that for the record. So
I appreciate that so
in
much.
the interest of fairness and in the interest of government doing its job, if there's no objection, what we should do is, 20 minutes on each side?
I'd like to do
30 minutes
30,
on
but
each
you want to
side?
go 20, go for it.
Okay, well,
Let's go 30.
30 minutes is what our attorney is saying. So let me ask the clerk to please put up a 30-minute time clock. And we'll take those who are against the proposal first, and for the proposal in the second 30-minute time window. And before starting that 30-minute time clock, let me ask, I guess, the representative from Culver City who's here, just to be respectful of their time. But first, from the Santa Monica City Council, Councilmember Michael Feinstein, who's here. Santa Monica, Culver City. Had to leave? Okay. Well, okay. But we'll take Santa Monica, and then we'll start with the 30-minute clock. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thanks for the courtesy of hearing us first. I'm Michael Feinstein from the Santa Monica City Council. I'll go briefly over the concerns that we've had. We haven't decided what our final position is going to be, but we will make up our mind in the next few weeks after seeing what you do here today. First, we had assurances for many years that you wouldn't move ahead on Phase 2 until Phase 1 was done. This is an experiment of epic proportions in our side of the greater Los Angeles area. And by going ahead without having Phase 1 in place, I don't think any of the environmental work that we're having done right now can really be seen as credible. Number two, as impacts Santa Monica, you heard from Councilmember Miskowski about all the neighborhood councils south of the project who are in favor. North of the project, we exist. Our neighborhood organizations are against this, and the Main Street Merchants Association, the most immediate commercial district, is against this. We're very concerned about the pass-through traffic through our neighborhood of Sunset Park as Lincoln Boulevard becomes further and further congested, and people have to go through residential neighborhoods where kids play. I know that you all took a position against the Amundsen Ranch because you understand how a project outside of your borders can affect you. In the same way here, Playa Vista can impact the quality of life of our residents in Sunset Park. Third, something that should be important to all of us if we talk about what is smart growth is what happens with the Lincoln Boulevard corridor. And as you know, your city, our city, Culver City, and the county have a task force to look at putting in dedicated public transit along the Lincoln Boulevard corridor. If we take away the remaining capacity, such as it is on that street, by putting more traffic on it, we will preclude the opportunity to have a dedicated transit lane on that street and forever condemn it to gridlock.
Fourth, to conclude so we can get to our public comment.
Fourth, job housing balance. Job housing balance has to include affordability, and the affordability in this project is paltry. In Santa Monica, we require 30% of a project, especially of this size, to be affordable. What this is going to do is exacerbate the affordable housing shortage on the west side, hurt your residents in Venice, hurt our people.
Okay.
Last 2 points. Regional open space. Once it's gone, it's forever. To put in not smart growth and lose that space is a terrible opportunity lost. And the final thing is the absolute disrespect to Native American burial grounds is something that is unconscionable and something our city council takes very seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if we can post that 30-minute clock. And what I'm going to do is read a series of names. I'll ask that as I read your name, if you would please form a line behind the podium. That will certainly expedite the public hearing and allow you to maximize your time. So our clock is going to run. Speakers, I'd ask that you keep your comments at 2 minutes or less. If we run out of time at 30 minutes and there's speakers who haven't spoken yet, we can certainly add your card to the file, but that's going to be it. So if there's a speaker up there who takes up a lot of time, that's only going to mean that less people get to speak on the tail end. And that applies to both sides, both for people who are for and against. Got that? Okay. Let's call first John Tommy Rosas to be followed by Rex Frankel. Tom Francis, Tom Ponton, Joanne Faust, and Suzanne Thompson. If you would all please come forward. And as we proceed, I'll read more names so we can keep that queue ready to go.
Thank you. I'm Rex Frankel. I'm representing Bionia Ecosystem Education Project, and I'm a conservation chair for the Sierra Club's Airport Marina Group. One of the most important issues today is you're about to foreclose the possibility of the city saving $800 million. As part of the city's plan to clean up Santa Monica Bay, Proposition O on the ballot is a plan to spend numerous huge sums of money for mechanical treatment plants, unnatural ways of cleaning up the pollution that now pollutes our beaches. The Bionia property that we're now discussing today is the best and most appropriate site and the last unpaved site in the Bionia watershed area that can be used for natural treatment of wetlands. I have a handout for the council members to read that explains, according to all the official sources that have done cleanup of street runoff and water pollution, to compare the costs of natural treatment versus conventional treatment. If you pave over this site, you're foreclosing the city's possibility of saving a lot of money. $800 million is not chump change. $800 million will buy a lot of affordable housing. One last point. If you've read our comments in the EIR, we have shown it can't be relied upon as an accurate, honest description of this project and its impacts. Because first, it falsely states this is a major reduction when in fact it's a huge upzoning. It's a 15-fold increase in development that's allowed on this site. It's using a false transportation study to create the false impression there's no traffic impact. This is to absolve the developer from doing any traffic mitigation besides just 5 buses for 24,000 more cars a day. Only 5% of their traffic will be mitigated by buses. This is the developer that's getting a huge handout from the public and providing very little benefit for the public. The affordable housing this developer is providing is barely 12% of the development. As Mike Feinstein explained, other cities are getting much better deal. Fact of the matter is, the affordable housing crisis has been created by the city. Right now, the city is considering an expansion plan at LA International Airport, although it's highly unlikely it's going to happen. And 30 years ago, the city leveled thousands of homes right near LA International Airport for an expansion plan that never happened. 10,000 people were evicted from the community from affordable housing. Now the airport department is going to evict another 5,000 people on the east end of the airport. You want to talk about who's creating the housing crisis? It's the city. And Playa Vista is doing almost nothing to solve that problem. But $800 million and reusing that land at LA International Airport could do a lot to solve the housing crisis in the city. Thank you very much. Please read our handouts.
All right, I'd like to
Reject the project.
John Tommy Rosas, be followed by Tom Francis.
I want to ask you a procedural question, so I'd like you to stop the clock. As appellants, we requested numerous times to have a real appeal hearing, and is our time right now?
It's 30 minutes collectively for the against side, as the President has explained to me, and the 30 seconds for the 30 minutes. Excuse me, 30 minutes for each side. And we'll go straight through. Speakers can take as long as they'd like, but remember there's a stack, and we're just going to try to get to as many people as possible.
So if I understand you, there's no specific time for the appellants on their own. You're throwing us into the public comment part.
Right now it's time for public comment.
Okay. Anyway, my name is John Tommy Rosas. I'm Vice Chair of the Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council. I object and oppose the illegal project at Playa Vista, the whole thing. I also object and oppose of this hearing. It's illegal. As an appellant, we have not received a legal or proper appeal hearing as required under international, federal, state, and city laws and codes and treaties. Our appeal that was filed, the city commented illegally on their staff report that we did not provide any evidence. We did provide over 300 pages of evidence, so that's completely false, just so you know. I'm putting that on the record. So I'm now putting on notice that any of the city council members that vote for this project will be named as defendants on my ongoing federal lawsuit, individually and in your official capacity. So understand that. You're on notice now. Playa Vista has destroyed a sacred site in our burial areas. It's not okay to dig up a burial area, a cemetery, for a ditch that was moved. And the draft EIR and the final are illegal also, and we put in our admission on that. So You have some options. You can vote against the project and shoot it down so that we can have it addressed properly, or you can defend yourself in federal court.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Francis, to be followed by Tom Ponton.
Good morning, council members. My name is Tom Francis. I'm the Executive Director of the Ballona Wetlands Land Trust. Playa Vista Phase 2 is a regional issue. It's not just a District 11 issue. Over the past few weeks, I've visited City Hall on numerous occasions. What I witnessed during those visits was a committed group of people working very hard for their constituents. I've seen both council members and staff wrestling with an overwhelming number of questions that affect people that live and work in their districts. Therefore, I can understand why many of you would tend to rely heavily on the 11th District members' leadership on the question of whether or not Playa Vista Phase 2 should be approved at this time. That said, today I ask that you open your minds to the fact that this is one of the largest developments proposed in the history of Los Angeles, with regional impacts that stretch far beyond the 11th District. I ask you to allow us to make the case that Playa Vista Phase 2 is not simply a District 11 question, but a citywide question that requires considerable more study before you can make an informed decision on behalf of the constituents in your districts. This project would create 78,000 car trips a day if it's built out as currently proposed. The entire population of the city of Santa Monica is roughly 80,000. That is a lot of traffic. In spite of claims that people are going to live and work at Playa Vista, the reality is that the overwhelming majority of Playa Vista residents will drive out of Playa Vista every day to work somewhere else. The Playa Vista developers also want you to believe that there is strong support for their project in surrounding communities. Nothing could be further from the truth. In just 2 weeks, the Land Trust and local neighborhood councils organized a town hall meeting to allow people that work during the day to make their position known. This meeting was attended by 1,200 local residents. At one point in the meeting, everyone that attended that was opposed to the expansion of the Playa Vista development was asked to stand up. Aside from the district councilwoman and her aide, virtually everyone in the room stood up and roared overwhelming opposition to this development. This crowd of 1,200 people felt so strongly that they even broke into a chant. The whole room started singing, "Just say no! Just say no! Just say no!" Okay? We want you to say no to this development. We live there. We don't want it. Playa Vista Phase 1 is less than half built and minimally occupied. The developers' experts are claiming that the traffic from Phase 1 can be adequately mitigated. Our experts are claiming that the traffic impacts from Phase 1 will be devastating to our quality of life in the surrounding communities and also impact the local economy due to decrease in worker productivity due to time lost and increased stress caused by additional time spent sitting in gridlocked traffic. There was a recent LA Times article that said that LA has the worst traffic in the nation and that the average citizen in Los Angeles wastes 93 hours a year sitting in traffic. How many more hours a year are we going to sit in traffic after Playa Vista? We are asking you to make a decision today based on hard facts, not highly controversial projections. Our experts claim that Phase 1 traffic will be devastating. Their experts are saying it can be mitigated. The real truth about how successful Playa Vista will be at mitigating the Phase 1 traffic will not be known until Phase 1 is built out and occupied. If you approve Phase 2 today, and it is later determined based on actual post-build-out traffic counts that the Phase 1 traffic could not be mitigated as promised by the developers, it will be too late to adjust the size of Phase 2 to compensate for the unmitigated impacts of Phase 1. There are a number of reasons for you not to certify the Phase 2 AIR today. First and foremost, the no project alternative natural treatment wetland was not adequately considered. It was ruled out with the claim that it would not result in the privately funded remediation of on-site groundwater contamination. This claim is absolutely false, and the landowner was issued a cleanup and abatement order by Cal EPA and the Water Quality Control Board in 1998, requiring cleanup of its contamination regardless of the landowner's intent or ability to develop the land. We are not just here saying no today. We have an alternative vision that makes a lot of sense, and to date this vision has been ignored by the planning department. There is no question that this land is for sale. The only question is whether or not it's going to be sold to builders or to the public. The natural treatment wetland alternative is not only superior to the proposed Playa Vista project from quality of life and ecological perspectives, it is also potentially fiscally superior as well. This is due to the fact that it can assist the city in meeting federally mandated TMDLs in the lower Ballona watershed at a cost that is 60 to 75% less than traditional mechanical treatment at Hyperion.
If I can ask
We
you
are
to
looking for
conclude.
a change in the way things are done in Los Angeles. You have an opportunity to change the course of history today. Please vote no and send the CIR back for further review of the no project alternative, natural treatment wetland, and other important issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tom Ponton, to be followed by Joanne Faust, Suzanne Thompson, Maritza Preskop, and Sabrina Venskins, I believe. Excuse me if I mispronounced that. Please.
Thank you, council members. My name is Tom Ponton. I'm the chair of the Mar Vista Community Council. We represent 55,000 stakeholders in the Mar Vista area just north of the project. Our neighborhood council has voted unanimously to oppose the project based on the numerous impacts that it will have on our community, including the massive transportation problem and traffic, the several tons of new air pollution, as well as the loss of our view and the impacts of our view loss on the Westchester Bluffs. We felt so strongly about this that we felt we needed to demonstrate the resolve of our community, and we started a petition drive just a little less than a month ago. In our community alone, we've gathered over 2,000 signatures, and in other communities which tailed on to this at a later time throughout the 11th district, there's been over 5,000 additional signatures added to our petitions. I have copies here I'd like entered into the record. And I also want to mention that these were not gathered by professional signature gatherers. These were sent into our post office box by people that found the petition on the website, got it from their neighbors, went door to door. These are the envelopes from the petitions that were sent in to us. I think that's very important to show. We also helped organize the town hall where over 1,200 people showed up 2 nights ago. And just to give you an idea, 1,200 people is 3 times the capacity of this room. And these people are not here today, most of them. They have jobs, but they were very strongly opposed to the project moving forward at this time because of the impacts of that project. I also would like to enter into the record the audio tapes from that town hall at this time. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will give these to the clerk.
The bailiff over here. Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Joanne Faust, and then Suzanne Thompson.
Hello, my name's Joanne Faust. I've lived in Venice since the early 60s. I own a house on Dudley Avenue. And I just want to say that I think it's time that we start both nationally, state-wise, and locally protecting what we need for our grandchildren in terms of wetlands, forest, etc. I'm going to give up the rest of my time so we can show a videotape, but I think it's really important that money doesn't necessarily decide what's going to be good for our grandchildren. We have to look that the ecology is going to be there so that there is a planet for them to live on that isn't constantly having floods, storms, and all these kind of things that are going to happen if we don't take care of it. I don't know why our president isn't addressing it, but I certainly hope we do it locally. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The video has been submitted. We have it.
I thought this tape was supposed to be queued up.
I paused the timer.
The controversial site of Playa Vista. The entire area includes approximately 1,000 acres on the west side of Los Angeles. The struggle to save it is referred to as the last stand.
Everyone that is opposed to expansion of the Playa Vista project, just stand for a moment. Councilwoman Mizikowski, I implore you to wait, to hold off
on approving Playa Vista Phase 2. You're hearing from the community tonight.
There's more traffic gridlock, there's no mixed use, and cars still cannot fly. Thus, there are no mitigations left for the development impact of Phase 2. With regret, I send you this letter to lend our support in voting no on Playa Vista Phase 2.
So the big picture question for the city is simply, do we permit more coastal sprawl and lose our opportunity to restore coastal wetlands and clean up our beaches? There's a similar project in Irvine, the San Joaquin Wildlife Sanctuary. I'll tell you, it's a little embarrassing when Birch County has more progressive plans.
We want to be sure the councilwoman is aware that we have over 5,000 signed signatures right here. We've done this petition drive in less than a month to delay the approval of Phase 2 until the alternatives are better.
We live in a real world where things happen all the time. We don't stop the world. There was a point.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, I believe. Hi, I'm Suzanne Thompson, President of Grassroots Venice Neighborhood Council. First of all, Cindy Misikowski, our council person, I'd like to thank you for coming to the town hall meeting on Monday night, September 20th, and your aide, Kevin Keller. I appreciate you coming to that. It took a lot of courage to do that, and I commend you for doing that and appreciate that on behalf of the residents of Venice. For those of you that don't know, Grassroots Venice is alive and well and thriving, and we have 40,000 stakeholders. And I'll keep my comments brief because a lot of things have already been said, but what I want to say is, there were 1,200 people that came out opposed to this project on Monday night. It was the first opportunity we had to do that. And what we're asking for is, what is the rush? We were promised in 1993 that Phase 2 would not be built until Phase 1 was built out. I live in Venice. I've lived in Venice for 20 years. The traffic is getting ridiculous. Not only Lincoln Boulevard, Abbott Kinney Boulevard, and Ocean and Pacific. It's going through all of our neighborhoods. So what I'm asking, along with the other neighborhood councils, Mar Vista Community Council, Westchester Neighborhood Association, West LA Neighborhood Council, and the Bologna Wetlands Trust, we all came together within 2 weeks and got 1,200 people out, and I'm still getting phone calls today and emails thanking me for this town hall meeting because people didn't know anything about it. So all I'm asking is, what is the rush? What's the rush? Look what happened to Belmont School over here. That's a horrible situation. You rushed through that. Please don't let this happen at Playa Vista Phase 2. So I hope that you will oppose this project, and it's a very precious site. I'm a native of Southern California, and to be building on wetlands, come on, folks. What are we going to do with our ecosystem? This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And as far as affordable housing goes, somebody called over there yesterday. Affordable housing, the lowest price for apartments over there was $1,700. That's not affordable housing. Please vote no. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Let me ask Maritza Perskop to come forward, followed by Sabrina Verskas, Paul Herzog, Laura Burns, James Smith, Joe Griever, Anthony Morales.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. Honorable Cindy Misikowski, I'm going to speak. My name is Maritza Preskop for Mar Vista Community Council, and I would like to speak for the visual qualities and the loss of use of the Westchester Bluff. We would like to propose an amendment to the language of the specific plan and to the design guidelines for the Phase 2 Playa Vista project to limit the architectural projections over the area fronting the LMU sign, which is from Campus Drive and McConnell Avenue, and to limit those projections at 112 feet. We respectfully ask for this. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Sabrina Verskas. I'm with the Venice Neighborhood Council. Can you stop the clock just for 1 minute? Because I need to ask. I just want to ask you one thing. Could you stop the clock for a minute?
This is your time for comment.
Okay, I'm really disgusted that the neighborhood councils have not been given adequate time to make their voices heard. And by you putting the neighborhood councils in with this 30 minutes, not only does it limit the public's ability to make adequate comments, but it also limits the neighborhood councils. And I think the neighborhood councils are due more respect than that, with all due respect, regardless of their position. Furthermore, Mr. Reyes stated at the Plum Committee hearing that everybody there that wasn't able to speak would be able to speak today. So I'm further concerned that the limit has been set to 30 minutes for everybody. I think it's just awful. So I'm going to actually cede my time right now to Mr. Anthony Morales. He's with the Native Americans. I think he's due probably the most respect, since the Native Americans are well, he'll tell you about it. Come on
up. Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Morales, Tribal Chief and Chairman of the Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, headquartered in San Gabriel. We founded Los Angeles in 1781, and that founding is reenacted by the tribe and the pobladores every Labor Day weekend. Our council has been involved with the City of Los Angeles by performing at the 2000 Democratic National Convention, the Autry and the Southwest Museums, the rededication of City Hall, Sherman Oaks Library, and the Avenue 26 Gold Line Station. In September 2003, we were declared by the Los Angeles Superior Court as a sovereign government. Our tribal council is a signatory to the programmatic agreement for the Playa Vista project, which was signed in October 1991. This agreement is outdated and will not be effective in Phase 2 because it does not address the current issues that were encountered during Phase 1 on the riparian corridor. The agreement expired in October 2001 and was illegally extended for an additional 10 years until October 2011. Correspondence from the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation dated December 17, 2001 has instructions that states an amendment to the programmatic agreement and signatures from both the signatories and concurring parties need to take place before such an extension can be executed. I am a concurring party. This action never happened, nor did we sign any document. The developer claims that the original signers were contacted. This would be impossible because these persons have been deceased anywhere from 7 to 10 years. This developer is using a Native American who is on the payroll to represent all Gabrielinos. This person is in conflict and does not represent the Gabrielino Council of San Gabriel. Our main issue is the destruction of our last remaining cemeteries, where 391 human burials have been desecrated. I ask this council to grant our tribe our dignity and respect by applying the cemetery law, which states that 6 or more human burials constitutes a cemetery. The destruction on our ancestors and sacred sites signifies another attack on our culture and is now turned into a hate crime. This project has many cultural, environmental, and legal issues that have not been addressed. Our human and civil rights have been violated. I ask this council to conduct a thorough investigation. I further request that you do not certify Phase 2 of this final EIR, but to put an injunction on this project. We as Native Americans have played by the rules, and with all due respect, we ask this council to do the same by not ignoring our issues. The continuance of this project will be a continuance of racism against us. The message here is that a history that has been destructive to us Native Americans still continues in one of the largest cities in the world. I ask you today to honor our culture, to honor us as the way that Washington honored Native American yesterday at the opening of the American Indian Museum at the Smithsonian, as stated in today's Los Angeles Times. This is our land. We never gave it up. It was taken away from us. I asked you to envision out in the audience what 391 human burials would look like. That's the destruction of my ancestors. The amount of people in this audience today, that's what 391 human burials would look like. Again, in closing, Wa'at Guwata Tayi Hanukkah, in the memory of my ancestors. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Herzog, Laura Burns, James Smith, Joe Geaver, Lydia Ponce, and Marcia Hanscom.
I just have three quick comments, but I'm going to cede my time to Joe Geaver. I'm Paul Herzog. Live at 2432 Glendon Avenue in Venice. Simply, smart growth is putting high density next to transit, not between Lincoln and the 405. That's the definition. Number two, the 70% of land that's been secured has been secured by the taxpayers for the public, not by the developer. It is wrong, Councilwoman Miskowski, to include that as a description of the project. And lastly, it's wrong to put the opponents before the proponents. We need give and take dialogue, not he said, she said, you vote.
My name's Joe Geaver. I'm the Southern California Regional Manager for the Surfrider Foundation. I'm here to urge the City Council to deny certification of this EIR. We're confident the EIR does not meet the mandates of CEQA. The developers have suggested the community has challenged this project numerous times and always lost. Let me set that record straight. Surfrider Foundation has never brought legal challenges to this project, and we wouldn't if we weren't confident we were right. We have identified case law directly on point. The court found in San Joaquin Raptor that a residential and commercial development project EIR must document the impacts of building sewage treatment capacity if the treatment capacity is necessitated by the development. As documented in this EIR, Phase 2 of this massive project will exceed existing treatment capacity. But then the EIR used a tortured argument to avoid documenting the impacts from the integrally linked sewage treatment build-out. LA San has completed their NOP for the Integrated Resources Plan. Once that IRP EIR is certified, this project EIR can simply append that document. That's what the court found was a reasonable solution in San Joaquin Raptor. That's what needs to be done here. Deny certification of this EIR until the IRP EIR is complete. We also believe the time it takes to complete the IRP EIR will allow the city to consider this land for constructed wetland to meet the objectives of the IRP. This is the only opportunity on the west side to meet the goals of the IRP with natural processes. We encourage the council to direct Public Works to conduct a feasibility study to consider this use of the land, and most importantly, to compare this approach to other solutions for urban runoff in the lower watershed. In closing, let me clarify one point. This is not simply about preserving open space for West Side residents. This is about clean water in our urban creeks and on our beaches. This is about the most feasible and economical alternative for meeting the goals of the IRP. The existing wetlands recently purchased by the state will not work. Anti-degradation policy prohibits diverting polluted water into delineated wetlands. If you don't get that point from reading the EIR, then it has failed to meet CEQA's goal of ensuring a fully informed decision. Once again, please deny certification of the EIR until the city can fully document all of the pieces of this complex puzzle. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Laura Burns, Grassroots Venice Neighborhood Council, Land Use and Planning Committee. The EIR is also deficient in the area of cumulative projects. There are 2 projects here in the EIR affecting Venice, 0 in Mar Vista, 0 in Palms, and 1 in West LA. The fact of the matter is, just since the NOP, this is what it should look like. And the numbers that we are looking at are 2,000 already in this year alone, and probably 3,569. The EIR accounts for only 2,300 more projects, residential units in, excuse me, these are all residential units I'm talking about, in the 100 square mile area. We already have more than that in Venice and Marvis and the marina alone. I hope that you will read the extensive comments that we have in the community impact statement that we filed, which is in your package.
Lydia Ponce, Grassroots Neighborhood Council. Who are you to treat Mother Earth and Brother Sky as things to be bought, blundered, and sold like sheep, bread, or bright beads? In this way, the dogs of appetite will devour the rich earth and leave only a desert. Village, how dare anyone call this a village? Playa Vista Phase 1 is found in Apple amongst the Native Americans, red on the outside, white on the inside, to oversee the removal of Native American burials. Shame on you. Everyone who has for this project have sold out and long continue to sell out our children's future relationship with nature. It is not too late to stop this landfill, methane gas, expensive box living madness. If it was free, council people, I would not live there, because I will bring a shovel to bring out and uncover my neighbors when liquefaction happens, when an earthquake occurs. Will you be there, each single one of you with a shovel?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, folks, but that's going to be it
Mr. Chairman,
for...
if you cut this hearing off, you are depriving Wetlands
Ma'am,
Action Network.
I'm sorry, and I'm going to have to ask you to stop now. We laid out the ground rules at the beginning of the meeting, and I made it very clear that this is not the first and only opportunity for members of the public to comment, to provide input on this matter. So everybody who has submitted a card, your card will be submitted as part of the file. Okay? Sergeants? Okay, we're trying to proceed with the public hearing here, folks. Okay. Thank you very much for being here. We now turn to the members of the public who have submitted cards to speak for this proposal. Mr. Reyes?
Could we allow 5 minutes for that last speaker? The one that said that she was last and didn't speak, just 5 minutes.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? And my only concern is how many folks are in that category?
I'm sorry?
Are we talking about just one person, or are we talking?
The 5 minutes for the
Okay.
last person who was at committee.
Go ahead.
you.
You're the final speaker. Ma'am?
Yes, my name is Leslie Purcell. I personally don't feel like I should be granted 5 minutes when all these other folks are not allowed to
Okay,
speak.
ma'am, would you like
I'm
the
gonna
couple of
speak.
minutes or no?
I'll speak.
Okay.
I have some documents I'm going to submit. I would like to raise some ethical issues. This is something that has not been brought, I don't believe, in front of this council before. You're going to hear from the Westchester Playa del Rey Council that they support Playa Vista Phase 2. There have been challenges to both the elections of that council. It has been well documented that Playa Vista bussed in voters and basically took over that council. I made a challenge when they voted for Phase 2 in December of last year. They voted, every one of them admitted not even opening the draft EIR. One of them only had read a little bit of it, and he voted against the project. I raised a conflict of interest challenge to Gwen Vucic, the chair, whose security company lists Playa Vista as a major client. One of the other board members works for that security company, and Sybil Buchanan is a paid staff person for Playa Vista. All three of those people voted in favor of that project. That is a financial conflict of interest. They did not recuse themselves. The vote was 13 to 0, to 10, 13 to 10. Those three votes would have changed that outcome. Cindy Mizikowski uses that neighborhood council's quote endorsement to say that the whole neighborhood of Westchester and Playa del Rey supports the project. That is not true. And I'm submitting some articles from the paper about that. I would like to ask the members of the LA City Council right now if you are willing to disclose your own financial interests in this project. And that includes Cindy Mizikowski and her husband Doug Ring. She did not get to vote on Playa Vista Phase 1. Why does she get to vote on Playa Vista Phase 2? I would like to ask that question. The Ethics Commission this morning is meeting about developers and their lobbyist contributions to candidates. This is something that is being considered seriously in the city. Have you all considered this in terms of this project? Do you know who owns this project? Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, or the major investors? I would like to know if any of you own investments in those two companies, Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley. Have you received financial contributions from Playa Vista, Playa Capital, or any of their lobbyists and lawyers, including Latham and Watkins? These are issues that are not brought out. You know, it seems like the city is so immersed with this developer that they are just pushing this through. Phase 1 is 40% or less completed, 20% possibly inhabited. They have not any concept of what the real impacts are going to be. One impact that we know will continue is the digging up of the Native American burials. This is a shocking thing that has happened. The community is outraged about this. This is racism. This is environmental justice issue. This is a civil rights and human rights issue. Mr. Villaraigosa, I would challenge you. You're running for mayor. Please consider this seriously. You know, this is not just an issue for that part of LA. This is the whole of Los Angeles that was the home of these people. This is not fair. They have not been consulted. The Native American Heritage Commission has issued letter after letter after letter. Mr. Reyes, you had not even opened or read that letter, apparently, at the Plum Committee, their last letter. You directed the city to respond to those points that were brought up. And the city, I called yesterday all day long. I only got it faxed to me this morning. I mean, sorry, Pat, I picked it up at the office when I came in. But you understand, there is not due process here. This is not being considered properly. The appeals have not been considered properly. I appeal to you, please, not to vote for this project at this time.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd like to let Chester King have the rest of my time.
As I mentioned, that concludes the public comment for those of you who are against the proposal. We now turn to the list of speaker cards for people who are for the proposal. I'm sorry, sir. Can't allow this to continue. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to say, please stop at this time. Sergeant, thank you very
Council President,
much.
just for the record, you should know that in the Plum Committee, we actually offered more time for the opposition. It was actually the supporting group of the project who essentially shut down their testimony and essentially offered more time for the opposition. So I just want to make sure that was for the record.
Okay, thank you. Now let me continue with the same process to read a list of names and ask people to please form a line behind the podium. Ask the clerk to put up a 30-minute clock, which will continue to run. So those of you who take up a lot of time, that's less people who can speak on your side of the issue. Let's begin with Steve Soboroff, followed by George Milston, Mayor Stephen Rose, if he's still here, Miguel Contreras, Bill Luddy, Dr. Fernando Guerra, Jack Kaiser, and I'll read more names as we proceed.
Thank you, Councilman. For the record, my name is Steve Soboroff. I'm the president of Playa Vista. When I joined Playa Vista 3 years ago, coming from 8 years of working on public policy issues with virtually all of you in different issues, Playa Vista Phase 2 was ready to go, ready to pop. EIR totally finished. 10,000 units, a regional shopping mall, a hotel, 2 million square feet of office space. I was one of the 6 candidates for mayor 3 years ago, and we all stood up and said the same thing. Stop west of Lincoln Boulevard. Playa Vista was too much. It was too big. I was against it myself and became president of it. My first decision of Playa was to scrap that EIR and start over again. After all, for 5 years, I was your parks commissioner in Los Angeles. After that point, we began a multi-year, open, transparent, public process for a smaller, greener Playa Vista named The Village. It's the last piece of the puzzle. The rest of the original property, 90% of the original property, is either being lived in by people now, is either under construction, fully entitled, or was transferred to the state as open space. So instead of 10,000 units, we have 2,600. A 76% reduction. Instead of 2 million feet of office space, we have 175,000 feet. A 90% reduction. Instead of a regional shopping center of 500,000 square feet, we have a 150,000 square foot supermarket, community, and neighborhood serving space. A 73% reduction. In short, we created a wonderful, balanced, new vision. What made it possible was a transfer of the land, West and Area C, to the public. So in November of 2002, the city released the NOP for a smaller, greener Playa Vista. From the first day, Councilmember Miskowski insisted that this process be slow, inclusive, comprehensive, deliberate, and methodical. We held over 100 community forums and meetings with groups throughout the city. And here we are, 3 years since we scrapped that EIR, 2 years since the city began this process, and the results before you today have gained national recognition, mayor after mayor, looking at old airports, looking at old industrial facilities. This was an old industrial airport east of Lincoln Boulevard. They're coming to Playa Vista every week to see what we're doing because it's an urban model. It's already home to thousands of residents. You can call up and get a pizza delivered from the first restaurant at Playa Vista, and they'll deliver it to you in an electric car. The video game developer Electronic Arts, which was going to leave Los Angeles, instead opened a studio here with 1,000 people in it. Electronic Arts employees are living some at Playa Vista. The freshwater marsh west of Lincoln is thriving. Native habitat, birds, and other wildlife. Earlier this year, we celebrated the opening of a new city library. A City of Los Angeles library is open. We're about to start construction on LAFD station number 67. We are paying for another fire station. It's not just to serve Playa Vista, it's to serve the neighborhoods around. My number one goal in taking this project on was to be a good neighbor. I'm extremely proud to say that Playa Vista has received support in our own backyard and citywide. We've talked about the neighborhood councils, scores of other groups, from VICA in the Valley, National Association of Women Business Owners, Central City Association, Los Angeles Business Council, Greater African American Chamber of Commerce. So the list goes on. We have 5,000 signed support cards, and I know they had this fundraiser with 1,200 people, and if I had wanted to create something with 20,000 people to come to it, we could do that too. Look around the chamber today. Look around. This is a cross-section of Los Angeles that supports Playa Vista. Playa Vista is an innovative public policy project and a great neighbor. We are making traffic work, and you know what? We got a traffic problem in Los Angeles. And are we at Playa Vista going to fix the whole problem? No. But what did we do? We worked, as you required, with local groups and agencies and identified 103 F-graded bottlenecks, not right in Playa Vista, within 10 miles. We bought Santa Monica 6 buses. There's less traffic at Playa Vista than the Santa Monica Pier. And what did we do when we identified those 103 bottleneck issues? $100 million to fix them. We are protecting and restoring the environment, supporting local schools. We are adding union jobs. We are adding new public parks. We are adding new housing, including controlled price units and apartments for firefighters, nurses, police officers, and teachers. Rents start at $600, not $1,700. Ridiculous. By creating more housing across a very large price range, we are helping people live closer to where they work, reducing commutes, and in doing so, taking cars off of freeways and highways. As a Parks Commissioner, I'll tell you I love open space. And as a driver, I love a little open space on the freeway. And the people that are living at Playa, we are not recruiting people from Palms, we're recruiting them from Palmdale. We're not recruiting people from Santa Monica, we're recruiting people from San Bernardino. And people that were spending 3 hours a day on the freeways are now spending 2 and 3 minutes a day. I'd like to speak briefly about the finding of the Native American remains. It's a very, very important issue to us. The excavation of the remains discovered was handled by one of the foremost archaeological firms in the nation. It was managed by the president-elect of the Register of Professional Archaeologists, the governing body for our nation's archaeologists. We told them spare no expense to work in a dignified manner that respects the traditions and culture of Los Angeles. Remember, respecting traditions and culture of Los Angeles first residents, and honors the signed agreements between the parties that were reinstated 3 years ago. Tribal members are now a part of a team that is designing an interpretive center at Playa Vista with Ed Schlossberg of ESI that will celebrate the environmental and Native American history of the region. Members, let me leave you with a couple of thoughts. At Playa Vista, we are creating a national model for urban development on top of an old airport. Sometimes the opponents say, on one day they say, you're building on Yosemite, and the next day they say you're building on Chernobyl. What this was an old airport. We have great parks, we have great open space, we have diverse housing, jobs, and restored habitat. We're dealing with dozens of public policy issues at the highest standards, of which I am very proud. The village is a wonderful project that completes the vision of Playa Vista and reflects the best of Los Angeles. Let's show the region. Let's show the entire city of Los Angeles. Let's show people in other urban areas around America that we in Los Angeles are leading the way. I ask for your unanimous support for the village today. Thank you.
Okay. All right, folks. We've done a pretty good job up until now of containing ourselves and giving our speakers on both sides of the issue the respect of being able to testify before this council. I'd ask for your help in maintaining decorum in the chambers. Next speaker, please.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is George Milston. I'm with Latham & Watkins. We represent Playa Vista. We're very pleased to be here today. We hopefully are at the end of a 15-year planning process that started in the early 1990s and hopefully will result in the culmination of an urban village, a place where now 3,000 people call home. We are pleased that this project has received the approval of the Planning Department, the Planning Commission, and the Plum Committee. We are also very pleased at the support and approval is received of the Neighborhood Council of the Playa Vista community and Westchester, the Westchester Neighborhood Council. It's important to note that two of the active litigants that have opposed and litigated Playa Vista sit, in fact, on the Grassroots Venice Neighborhood Council, the attorney for the Ballona Wetlands Land Trust, as well as the current head of the Mar Vista Neighborhood Council has been a litigant against the city and against this project. 3 appeals were filed to the Planning Commission's unanimous approval of this project. I'd like to take a few minutes and just address a couple of those issues that were raised in the appeals and that have been raised at this hearing. Process. Some people have suggested that this process has gone too quickly. This process has now been 15 years in the making, and as Mr. Soboroff indicated, this was completely restarted over 3 years ago when a new EIR was prepared for a downscaled village project. At the request of the councilwoman, the EIR comment period was extended to 120 days instead of the normal 45 days. The planning documents for this project have been in public circulation for over 5 months. There have been major public hearings held by the hearing examiner and the advisory agency, the Area Planning Commission, the City Planning Commission, and the Plum Committee. Over 20 hours of hearings have been held on this project. This is not a project that's being rushed. Rather, it is one of the most studied projects in the history of Los Angeles. Let me touch on the second issue of transportation. Some have questioned the transportation study and the transportation mitigation program undertaken here. Let me be clear, this is one of the most extensive studied transportation programs in LA's history. The traffic study covered 100 square miles from Wilshire Boulevard on the north all the way down to the south side of LAX into El Segundo and all the way over to Crenshaw. It was based on the SCAG regional model and reviewed and approved by DOT. It was an extensive study. Playa Vista is committed and is funding together with its partners, the state and local government, over $100 million in transportation improvements for this region, including additions to the bus system, additions to the street network, and new signalization and computerized signal systems. It is a major investment. In addition, Playa Vista is also committed to providing funds for neighborhoods that may have some impacts of neighborhood traffic intrusion. That was in fact studied in the EIR, and mitigation measures were provided and funding is provided for any communities which might be impacted. So on the transportation issue, Playa Vista has mitigated all of its impacts on the street system. Let me touch on which is a difficult subject, which is the archaeology and the Native American issue. The Native American issue is a very important issue. Since the early 1990s, Playa Vista has been working with the Gabrielino Tongva community. And they have been working hand in hand with that community to understand the issues affecting Playa Vista and the Native American resources at Playa Vista. In the early 1990s, a study was completed, a 200-page study, which identified that Native American resources were likely to be located on the property, and in fact documented the numerous times in which Native American remains have been found, not only on the Playa Vista property, but on adjacent properties throughout this entire area. In fact, recently, Native American resources have been found at a transportation improvement a mile away, been found in the Marina del Rey area, been found at the Westchester Bluffs, been found in many areas surrounding this. So an extensive study was undertaken with respect to this issue. The riparian corridor in the west part of Phase 1 did impact a Native American burial area. That Native American burial area has been excavated, and the remains are going to be reinterred on site in conjunction with discussions with the most likely descendant. That area will be permanently preserved. That is not part of the project that is here today. The riparian corridor is provided for under federal permits through the Army Corps of Engineers and provides a drainage program for not only Playa Vista, but for much of this area that surrounds Playa Vista, and will be a natural habitat and a natural water cleansing area to clean the water before it enters into the freshwater marsh which Playa Vista has constructed, and finally into Bayano Channel and the Santa Monica Bay. It is a state-of-the-art project which has received approval from the federal government and state government. The Native American issues have been dealt with in full conformity with the state and federal laws in this area. Interestingly, as we attended a hearing before the Native American Heritage Commission and these issues were raised, the chair of the Native American Heritage Commission commented that Playa Vista was following the law, that we were doing what we were required to do. We were doing not only what we were required to do, we were doing more than that. That these issues are statewide and federal issues that have to be dealt with. They're not issues that relate just to Playa Vista. We have worked hard, and Playa Vista has committed tremendous resources to ensuring that this issue is dealt with dignity. Let me also touch on the issue that has been raised that some opponents have claimed that this project cannot be built until Phase 1 is completed. There is no such condition in anything in Phase 1 and is not restricted. All of Phase 1 was assumed to be built out, and all the environmental analysis was undertaken in this project. Not only was all of Playa Vista assumed to be built out, approximately 96 related projects were included in that analysis, as well as ambient growth factors were included in all that analysis. This is a great project. Let me reiterate something that Steve said. When Steve joined Playa Vista, a fully completed EIR for a master plan project for 10,000 units and millions of square feet of office, retail, and other uses was scrapped. Working with the council office, with city, state leaders, all the land west of Lincoln Boulevard was permanently preserved, and the land north of Bayano Channel was permanently preserved. In addition, parks were provided, and revamped parks are being provided in the Playa Vista project. This is a great project. It has been significantly downsized. It's time to move on, hopefully approve this project and build this project and provide housing and a village for the city. Thank you very much. We urge your approval.
Good afternoon. My name is Fernando Guerra. I'm a professor at Loyola Marymount University, where I also direct the Center for the Study of Los Angeles. Our address is 1 LMU Drive, Los Angeles, California, 90045. The university shares a 1-mile border with Playa Vista. I also happen to be a 19-year resident of Westchester and live about 5 blocks from Playa Vista. The center has conducted numerous studies, including several on housing in Los Angeles. All these studies can be accessed from our website, lmu.edu/CSLA. I would like to briefly summarize one major study entitled Rebuilding the Dream. In this study, we had 3 major conclusions regarding housing. 1, objective data from various government, private, and academic sources tell us without a doubt that there is a great need for housing today and in the foreseeable future here in Los Angeles. 2, public opinion of LA residents tell us that the issue of housing has emerged as significant. It is our assessment that what is causing or increasing pessimism in what we detect can be directly tied to the housing situation. Our third conclusion is that there is a lack of leadership on this issue, that in fact leadership has actually gotten in the way along with a stifling regulatory regime. When we ask people what they want in new infill development, they list all the characteristics that are present in Playa Vista. When policy experts speak of smart growth, they are speaking of the elements present in Playa Vista. With general opinion and expert opinion supportive of the concepts and elements present at Playa Vista, as well as the market, what is really required is the support of leaders like yourselves for Playa Vista and other like projects. We desperately need housing in the city of Los Angeles. The greatest resource that any community has are its people, and optimistic people is even a greater resource. Optimism is increasingly measured by the impact of the availability of housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see Alice Harris next, but let me also read the names of the cards in the order they were given to me. Mayor Stephen Rose of Culver City, Miguel Contreras, Bill Luddy, Jack Kaiser, Gwen Vuchas, and Ruth Lansford. Go ahead.
Good morning, giving honor to God and all of my leaders and my friends. It's always a pleasure to be here. It looks like I'm here a little often than usual, but I'm here. And I took off from work to come to. I'm supposed to be at work. But Ms. Ruth asked me, years back, if I would go through her community because of they starting this project, and she wanted to be sure that all of the neighbors knew something about it. And she said, if you go by and and get some more people to go by and ask them, what do they think about it? And we did. It's a place there, Dennis Restaurant. We would meet up at Dennis Restaurant, and then we'd go to the neighbor's home, and they all agreed. And so we agreed. And one reason I was so impressed, because it wasn't just going to be for the rich. It was going to be for the rich, the middle class, and the poor class. And that took me. I said, I'm ready to work with you on that, to be sure that it would happen. And in working with her, and over the years, I get back involved again, and it is happening. My minister lives there. Can you imagine? And if I didn't love Watt so well, I'd live there. But, and by the way, my father is a full-bred Cherokee Indian. I am from the Indian family. We was raised, all of my family is. You see the cheeks. I don't know what happened to the hair, but the cheeks is there. But anyway, I'm impressed. It's a beautiful program, beautiful. And all of you all know that we are short of housing. We are really short of housing. Now, people don't need it, then it's a problem. But people that need housing, it's not a problem to sit back and say you don't need it, and you're talking about the traffic. Well, people sleeping in cars. We're not worried about traffic. They want homes that they can be. And this is a beautiful place, beautiful place. And we have 50 people, Hispanic and Afro-American, that has gotten jobs and is working. And PV Job have more than we do, but out of the Watts area, we have 50 people working on that site with those contractors and developers. And for that, I am grateful. You all pass it, because you always going to have the wrecking crew and the fixing crew. This is the fixing crew. Pass it.
Honored Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Martin Alcala. I am the chair of the Gabrielino Tongva Tribal Council of Santa Monica, West Los Angeles. We are the indigenous people of the entire Los Angeles Basin, Orange County, and the Channel Islands. Archaeologists tell us we have been here between 9,000 to 14,000 years. And because of that, I would like to welcome all of you to our land. I have been involved in monitoring the archaeological site of Playa Vista where my ancestors were buried hundreds of years ago. I am here today to tell you that the work was done with the utmost respect for my ancestors. From day one, Steve Soberoff's direction to the first-rate team assembled was to conduct the excavation work to the highest standards while observing the greatest degree of sensitivity and respect. This is exactly how the work was done. The excavation work, which I and other Tongva tribal members monitored, was done with great care. The archaeologists and osteologists worked with small brushes, wooden tools, and dental instruments. This was done in a very meticulous, detailed, and respectful manner. As a known site, many groups came together almost 15 years ago to create detailed plans for how archaeological findings would be treated. From the early days, Playa Vista has worked with a diverse group of Native American leaders, government representatives, and archaeologists to develop a plan that would be respectful and sensitive to the history and culture of my ancestors. The findings on the site have enabled my tribe to learn things we never knew about ourselves in both a physical and spiritual way. In a positive way, we are educated by those who went before. Playa Vista deserves a lot of credit for the manner in which it handled this very sensitive issue. I am grateful for the commitment and only wish other developers could be as sensitive and enlightened. In closing, I'd like to read this letter from my mother. Honored Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Anita Alcala. I am Gabrielino Tongva, the indigenous people of Los Angeles and beyond. I am sorry that I am unable to attend today because I recently broke my hip and I'm going through therapy. I will be 88 years old this Christmas Day. I would like to say that in all my 88 years as a tribal member, I have never heard of a John Tommy Rosas being recognized as a member of my tribe. Even though Anthony Morales is my nephew, what he is doing is wrong. Robert Dormy does not represent me or any of the other elders. At best, he represents only his own family. On the other hand, I do fully support the Gabrielino Tongva Tribal Council in Santa Monica and its representatives that you see here before you today. Listen to them, and you will hear the truth. Our tribe seeks to include, not exclude, and everyone is welcome. I know that there is much disagreement and strife in our tribe today, but until we are able to come together as one, there can be no winners. As a Gabrielino Tongva Indian elder, actively engaged in tribal affairs, I was happy to see that in the recent excavation at Playa Vista, our ancestors were treated with the greatest degree of respect. For that, I commend Steve Soberoff and Playa Vista. I recommend that you approve Phase 2 Playa Vista today. Thank you, and God bless everyone.
Mr. President, members of the council, I'm Jack Kaiser of the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation, native Angelino, and I've seen what has happened at that area. Remember when commercial jets, well, not commercial, business planes used to land there, have watched the progress of this development and watched it evolve into the very sensitive project that it is today. We need housing, not just on the west side, but all of Los Angeles County. We need housing in an affordable array of offerings because we have to continue to try to attract and retain business. We've also have to acknowledge that population is continuing to grow, whether we like it or not. We are going to see much more dense development, and this type of development, I think, is on the cutting edge and is going to set a new standard for areas all along around the nation. So I ask you to approve this EIR. It's a very well thought out project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Sam Dunlap. I am a Tribal Council member of the Santa Monica group of the Gabrielino Tongva Tribal Council. I'd just like to read a letter that I had written and submitted to your council yesterday. And it just says, I would like to take this opportunity to comment on the issues involved with the Playa Vista project that directly affect our tribal nation. This tribal council and our tribal community are well aware of the recent excavation and removal of our tribal ancestors from their resting places located on the Playa Vista property. While we are in agreement with other Gabrielino groups that removal of burials is not preferred, we also realize the reality of current law that allows this procedure to take place. Therefore, this tribal council has made it a practice to deal with these situations within the framework of our environmental and legal guidelines. I must state to you and members of the Los Angeles City Council that I have been closely involved with the Playa Vista project, and specifically with the archaeological consultant firm of Statistical Research Incorporated for over 6 years. And I can clearly state that the measures taken to excavate and remove my ancestors has been performed with the dignity and professionalism I would expect. I must also state that as a Gabrielino most likely descendant appointed by the California Native American Heritage Commission over 10 years ago, I have been involved with many burial situations. While I prefer my ancestors to be left undisturbed, I realize that removal at times is an only option. The Playa Vista project is one of those times. Let me also mention a word of caution regarding those parties, native and non-native, who have taken such a sacred tribal situation and manipulated it into a sensationalized media story and a self-serving, profit-seeking lawsuit. They should be ashamed of their actions. We, the members of the Tongva Nation, know exactly what their motives are. They don't fool us. I hope that they don't fool the members of the Los Angeles City Council. This tribal council and members of the Tongva Nation will continue to be the guardians of our ancestors and our traditional values. You can please feel free to contact me and anyone else in this audience. My cell phone number is 909-262-9351. You can call me anytime regarding this project. Accountability is what's important here. And in my community, that's what we seem to have a lack of. Salam.
Good afternoon. My name is Gwen Vuchis, and I am a 30-plus-year resident of Westchester Playa del Rey community, and I am president of the Neighborhood Council of Westchester Playa del Rey. I do need to clear something up. There was an allegation made earlier. I do not work for Playa Vista. They are not my client, and I derive no income from them, nor does my company. So I just wanted to let you know that our Neighborhood Council, which does encompass Playa Vista, they are within our boundaries. We studied the project for about 2 years. We had a number of general meetings. We have our own planning and land use committee, and it came before us, and we had lots of meetings and lots of hearings. And while we are not experts on EIRs, we did study the project and how we felt it would impact us on a daily basis. We voted to support the project, and someone tried to even tarnish our vote. And as president of our council, I was said that I shouldn't have voted. I didn't vote because I don't vote as president, but I do support the project. Our neighborhood council has found Playa Vista to be an excellent neighbor, and they have done wonderful work in our community, and they've been responsible, and they are doing traffic mitigation that no other developer is doing. And that is extremely important. They're providing housing, and I wish the opponents would be more respectful.
Thank you. I know our time has gone a few seconds over. Hold on. I know our time has gone a few seconds over, but just as a courtesy was afforded to the opponents of the project, we have had a request for one final speaker for those for the project. Ms. Lansford, you'll be the final speaker. Ms. Lansford, you're the final speaker here.
She will be?
Yeah. Go ahead.
May I?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ruth Lansford. I am with Friends of Biona Wetlands. Without this project, there will be a gap in the corridor, the riparian corridor, that connects with the freshwater marsh and ultimately Santa Monica Bay. That means that stormwater, not only from Playa Vista, but from the surrounding community, will not be fully treated. A sustained corridor with its attendant BMPs is essential to the success of the entire wetland restoration. There isn't time to recite the scientific and technical reasons for this, but please understand that without the important cleansing effect the corridor will have, our restoration efforts at the freshwater marsh, the salt marsh, and Santa Monica Bay will be seriously impacted. The extraordinary success of the freshwater marsh should send a strong message that planning, design, and execution of this system has been excellent. Upon completion, the riparian corridor will increase water quality, flood control, and habitat at Biona even more, and we urge you to approve this project for the sake of the wetlands. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your cooperation, the vast majority of you. There's one final card that just came in, a representative from Jerome Horton's office. If you're here, please come forward for just a minute here. Is there a Mr. or Miss Johnson? Mrs. Johnson.
Go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, I do have that statement. I submitted it into the record because I didn't think there would be time to have it read. So if you could just, thank you. Thank you. Leanne Johnson, Community Liaison for Assemblymember Jerome Horton, the 51st Assembly District. On behalf of Mr. Horton, I'd like to read the following. I want to encourage the Los Angeles City Council to delay approval of Phase 2 of the Playa Vista project so that the concerns of the community can be heard and addressed. My constituents have expressed grave concerns regarding potential unmitigated adverse impacts on the quality of life to their communities. These concerns center around a significant increase in traffic congestion, in the loss of their current views of the Westchester Bluffs, and the disturbance of sacred burial grounds of the Native American Gabrielino Tongva Indian tribe. As the elected representative for California's 51st Assembly District, it is incumbent upon me to ensure that every effort is made to address my constituents' concerns in these key areas. It has been my experience that community buy-in and support are crucial for the success of projects of this scope. At this juncture, given the strength and the volume of the objections brought to my attention by my constituents, I strongly urge further dialogue between all relevant parties before Phase 2 is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and this will finally conclude public comment on items 8 and 9 for today's meeting. Let me recognize Mr. Reyes again, followed by Ms. Misikowski again.
Thank you, Council President. As you can see, many issues and many elements have been raised in this process. What I'd like to do right now is call up the city's staff, the planning department. I'd like to call up also the archaeologist who's been working on this issue. As been mentioned, we did receive a letter from the commission dealing with Native American heritage. And what I did is I asked the staff to respond to these questions, given that it did arise right before our Planning and Land Use Management Committee. And to that end, I do have some questions. And colleagues, we need to do this because, one, we need to shed some light on the process. It is very important to understand that respect for those that have been interned in the area have been given the highest level of respect possible within the process, within the law. So that being said, I want to make sure these questions are being addressed. The first one is, what is the source of your mitigation measures being implemented?
Do you want to answer that, or should I answer this?
Okay. The source of the, Gordon Hamilton from the Planning Department, the source of the mitigation measures are two-part. There is the programmatic agreement, which spells out how remains will be treated. Attached to that is the archaeological treatment plan. The other source is the mitigation monitoring conditions that are part of the first phase EIR. In both cases, they lay out a procedure that is to be followed in the event that remains are found. I'd like to turn it over to the archaeologist to maybe walk through the process, if you will, on what occurs first with the ATP process. Then we'll go back to the mitigation
If
model.
we can just make it as succinct as possible.
Okay.
Don Grenda with Statistical Research. I'm the principal
Can you
investigator.
bring the microphone closer to you, please?
Don Grenda with Statistical Research. I'm principal investigator on the project. We have a series of protocols in addition to the archaeological treatment plan, which is approved by the Army Corps of Engineers, the SHPO, State Historic Preservation Officer, and the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. We also follow a series of protocols provided by the most likely descendant, Mr. Robert Durrami. Those have been followed to the letter, and we also, in regards to the Native American human remains found, we also contact the coroner at the beginning of the project, and we followed through that list of procedures under state law.
So you're specifying the required mitigation in the programmatic agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Were the burials found in an area with an archaeological treatment plan?
Yes.
Okay. What did the treatment plan require?
The treatment plan required, well, we had a size of the site that was defined. We worked with a potential impact zone that went through the archaeological site where the riparian corridor went through. The archaeological treatment plan called for the excavation of 1% of the overall site area, and so we excavated 360 square meters to top to bottom within the archaeological site. We also fully excavated the impact zone where the burial ground was.
Okay, thank you. Can you specify the process that you are following when you do find body remains? Can you give us an example of?
This project we had, we were fortunate enough to have the funding to have a highly specialized team of osteologists working instead of, normally you would have archaeologists excavate human remains. On this project we had the opportunity to have osteologists who are human skeletal experts come out and actually do the work in the field. If you don't do that, you lose a lot of measurements and other things you can do with the human remains. We had a wide range of experience. Those folks, they all had master's degrees or PhDs. We also had an extremely tight control three-dimensionally over the archaeological site. We used three-dimensional imaging equipment and very tight mapping.
So what evidence is there that there may be burials in the Phase 2 area?
There are sites throughout the Ballona region that have nearly all of them have yielded human remains and burials. They're in the Marina Freeway, on top of the bluffs, down in the actual marina area, just west of the Phase 2 area, in LAN 62. We will encounter burials at 211, I would think. It will be more along the lines of some of the other sites in the general region. I don't expect it to be another situation like LAN 62. I think that was the major burial area for the Ballona region. And what I expect at LAN 211 is a residential site, a village where the people lived.
And if they are found, what will be the procedures you will follow?
We'll follow the same procedures we did at LAN 62.
And who will be notified? Who from the Native American community will be notified, if anyone?
Well, certainly the most likely descendant is the one already designated for all of Playa Vista. But we send out notifications to all of the parties within the programmatic.
So who else are they, other than?
There are three groups. The individuals primarily are Robert Durrami, Martin Alcala, Sam Dunlap.
Okay. Colleagues, as you can see, this has been an issue that is very sensitive, and I believe extreme measures have been taken to make sure that we recognize that whole process and that we are communicating with those impacted by these procedures, that we are indeed showing the utmost respect for those who are being either discovered or found, and the process has been laid out by the state, by the federal government, in coordination with the city staff. So I want to thank you for that hard work. And just my last note on this whole process, and I just need to emphasize this, not only are we dealing with these issues of internment, but we're also talking about technology, stormwater harvesting. We're talking about how you deal with the ecology, how we establish that balance. And I can tell you with the hard work of Councilman Zakowski's to continue that whole process and procedure is significant. And I need to mention Councilman Ruth Galanter's efforts, because she has been spearheading those kinds of procedures and approaches that speaks to how we deal with our water table, how we deal with our environment, just the whole cycle of those flora and fauna get impacted by these kinds of opportunities. And those are years and years of work that is now being summarized in today's action. And I believe we now have something to point to when we're dealing with how we bring back to life the tributaries, the creeks along the river, the Alley River, and all the other water bodies that we find in Southern California. So again, I believe everything has been done that could be done in order to make this project a viable project. I want to thank both sides of the parties of both sides of the issue, because we are learning from this process. It's not perfect, but it's, I believe, the best we can do with all the resources we have. And I think it's something that we should not be ashamed of. It's something we could tout and duplicate throughout the city. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
I have Ms. Misikowski, followed by Mr. Zaragoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of the issues I think have been addressed. I would like to say that we have, in addition to the planning staff and the archaeologist who is at the table, we have our city's Department of Transportation staff, and we also have from the Bureau of Sanitation, Mr. Adel Khalid Gilil, who was here because after that meeting that you saw Monday night, one of the last questions that group of people asked me was, would I meet with them yet again Tuesday? That is yesterday. We had 1,200 people. They said, would you meet with us individually tomorrow? And I said, yes, be at my office, 9 o'clock. They were down there. The Surfrider Foundation was down there, and they raised the issue, as Joe said here today. What about keeping the remainder of that land for the IRP program? I said to him, Joe, I will ask that question, and I will have that question answered before the meeting again. So we have Bureau of Sanitation who can answer it. The question is, are we precluding something, if this is approved today, in light of the IRP, or is the IRP going to be able to be accommodated within this? So can we have a brief answer from sanitation on that issue?
I'll try to be brief. Adel Haj Khalil from Department of Public Works, Bureau of Sanitation. As you know, the IRP, is Integrated Resources Plan, is really looking at how can we manage our resources in an integrated way. How can we do things where we can actually harvest some of the stormwater that is being wasted? How can we meet the regulations in a way that can provide green space, open space, exactly what we heard today? We are doing that through an integrated process, working with the stakeholders. What we are looking at is actually we need to manage that runoff, stormwater, closer to the source. We can't just let it go all the way downstream and treat it at that point. So we need to look at spaces throughout the city, not in one place. And the IRP is started the environmental impact report process. We have not decided locations of where we're going to have specific stormwater treatment locations. We are still looking at it from a programmatic level, where we are looking at really how much water we can manage, how much stormwater we can manage, and really what are the options that are available to do that, and how can we integrate that with a lot of the ideas and the efforts undergoing, such as the Elliott River revitalization and with the new schools being built and other, etc. So we're really working on that one. This decision today will not preclude, will not impact the IRP. It will actually, what we are looking at is on the city as a whole, how can we do that? And we're asking for input from our stakeholders. We have an extensive group of community members throughout the city working with us on identifying specific ideas of locations and facilities that we can put in place. So today's decision will not preclude anything from being considered as part of the IRP.
Thank you. So I did want to indicate that that was a question that was addressed. We also asked the Planning Department relative to the EIR. And members, one of the interesting elements is that in this plan, in the area that we're looking at developing, there is a riparian corridor that goes all the way from Lincoln over to Sentinel, almost the 405 freeway. So even in this area that's being developed, and in fact, specifically where the remains were found was not in an area where remains were cleared away so the development can go on top of it. This was in the actual area that the stormwater, the water runoff, the water from the bluffs coming down, and the other parts of tributaries of this project are going to be maintained on this site that we're talking about being developed. So that was the riparian restoration where that occurred, not just clearing it for development. Also at that meeting yesterday was the Mar Vista Neighborhood Council, and I had met for at least an hour with the Mar Vista Neighborhood Council on two issues. Clearly, traffic was the most important concern from the Mar Vista Neighborhood Council, feeling that even though they're a bit removed, they've got a lot of north-south streets that are going to be the shortcuts, the alternates, the use of this. One of the things that we made known to them that they weren't aware of is that the Department of Transportation's requirement of Playa Vista, even though in Mar Vista it found only 2 intersections impacted and wanted those 2 intersections treated for ATSAC, or the ATCS system, they found treating 2 in that whole grid won't work. So Playa Vista for Mar Vista has to treat 34 intersections with an upgraded traffic system, the latest make and model. So that's every signalized intersection of Mar Vista is going to get the $600 and some thousand upgrade that Playa Vista has to do because of the impact on 2. Beyond that, Motion 8A, which I'm introducing today, is asking and requiring as a part of the development agreement condition an allotment of additional funds from Playa Vista to Mar Vista for neighborhood traffic calming, neighborhood traffic control impacts, and above and beyond the intersection controls. That is being put in this plan. That will be part of that is equivalent to what was approved for the Del Rey Neighborhood Council, which is the most immediate neighborhood council more impacted between Playa Vista and Mar Vista. So I ask for that vote to be approved today as well. That's 8A. Members, this is not easy. People said to me, this is a very emotional issue. I think it's less emotional than what we've heard is very, very, very strong passions on both sides. And none of those passions are wrong. There are issues that are real, but it's incumbent upon us to take all of those real issues and those real passions and find a balance. That's what we are charged with doing. You know, every time we get up here, whether it's the Affordable Housing Commission, whether it says Mr. Guerra from LMU talked about the need for housing. We pounded at this table over and over again. We have a specific committee looking at that. We need housing. We need housing here. We also need open space, and we have not ignored open space. We, the people, have caused 70% of this land to remain an open space. And you know in 1993, that open space area that is now today governed and insured was part of future development, was where the 10,000 units were going to go. So we have brought effective balance. We have brought effective mitigation. And I think we have attempted to treat each and every element with the importance and the consideration that was made. And I did share, because Ms. Hahn asked about the Mar Vista Neighborhood Council's concern about the height and the elevation and the non-blockage of the LMU side and the bluffs. And we have in the EIR, in the process, a height line set which none of this project can protrude above, and from the highest parts of Mar Vista, you will see not only the LMU sign, but you will always continuously see above any horizon of Playa Vista development, above that you will see the natural bluff, and above that, on top of the natural bluff, is the Westchester development as we know it today. So I think each item has been addressed, each item will be continued to be addressed, and Mr. Reyes, you're right, a lot of this was said in 1993, before any of us were on this city council, when Councilmember Ruth Galaner went through this phase one that did, in its aftermath particularly, also by the way of the one lawsuit that was successful, caused the freshwater marsh to be created that exists today. And I think for those of you who haven't been out there, it is an amazing piece of open space that is integrated not just as open space, but it allows the fresh water to come in and be nourished, the fresh water to go out and be on the salt marshes with the salt water, and then out to the sea, and allowing flow back and forth both ways. So this is a state-of-the-art project on the freshwater and wetlands issue. We have conferences. I think there have been 5 or 6 conferences now every year at LMU where people from throughout the country come to show how it can be done, how it should be done, and learning from it. And it really is an incredible experiment in what I do still believe underlying everything is smart growth, reasonable growth, and providing the balance that we should.
Thank you. Recognize Mr. Villaraigosa.
Mr. President, members, I rise to ask a few questions, if we could hold my time. I'd like to know what percentage of Phase 1 construction and occupation is complete right now. I've heard a couple of different statements in that regard.
The project is basically in 2 phases. The residential development is being developed first, and the office is coming online later. The office is space, I think we have over 500,000, which is built on the corner of Lincoln and Jefferson, but the East Campus is not under construction. The residential portion, more than half of the units are completed, and a good percentage of those have already been entitled, and they have building permits and are under construction. So that.
So half are completed. How many are actually occupied at this point?
4,000 residents are in Playa Vista right now. The actual number of units, I think I'd have to turn to Building and Safety to get that answer to that question.
It's more than 2,000 units already constructed.
Okay. Ms. Su Chang told me it's more than 2,000 units already have been completed and have a certificate
So
of occupancy.
2,000 units have been completed.
Right.
There are about 4,000 residents.
Right.
So that's what, roughly half?
More than half.
A little more than half?
Right, of the residential units.
Was any kind of project phasing made part of the official approval of Phase 1?
Yes, we have what we refer to in-house as a totalization sheet. So as the projects come online, mitigation measures are put in place to mitigate the impacts of those projects. The infrastructure improvements are put in place to be in line with the impacts of the development.
Now, earlier in the planning stages, LADOT discussed a traffic trip cap for Phase 2 that could reduce the size of Phase 2 if overall project traffic proves to be heavier than projected. Is there any phasing methodology included in the actions before us today that take into account the ongoing measurement of project traffic impacts, such as a trip cap?
I'm Jay Kim from the Department of Transportation. Same thing with Phase 1. For Phase 2, it is phased out. And I believe even though there isn't a trip cap per se for Phase 2, and that's because in Phase 1 they actually took credit for some of the lessening of the trips. In essence, we made that a performance-based trip cap. So we had this monitoring program set aside for Phase 1. However, for Phase 2, they did not take additional credit. So there is no additional trip cap to speak of in Phase 2.
So there's nothing in Phase 2 that would limit the size of the project if, for instance, the traffic impacts of this project were such that that would be required?
Yes, we consider that potential impact, and because the last remaining portion of the Phase 2, we still have an opportunity to still hold up some portions of that. So in the event that the Phase 1 trip caps are not met, we have an opportunity to monitor that as we proceed through the Phase 2. Even Phase 3 is divided in multiple phases. And so there is an opportunity for us to perhaps hold back a portion of it if, in fact, they do not comply in Phase 1.
I understand that there's a vesting tentative track map, and as I understand that, that locks in approval so no one can reduce the project in the future without the owner's permission. So if that's true, how would this trip cap work in terms of being able to have any impact on the size? Excuse me, if you could.
With the vesting tentative track map, the developer would be bound by the conditions of approval. So whatever environmental conditions are in place, if there's a phasing plan, they have to abide by that. But
there's not a phasing plan for Phase 2.
There is a phasing plan for Phase 2 as well. So they will not be just be able to come in and get a straight entitlement for all of Phase 2. I mean, it will be done in
So
increments.
what would be the difference between a phasing plan and a trip cap?
The trip cap is that
stronger language?
Yes, that is stronger language.
Okay. Let me ask you with respect to Native Americans, once the remains were discovered, was any attempt made to reconfigure the project so that the remains could remain undisturbed?
Oh, wait. Yeah, I think we want you to answer this one. I'm sorry, Councilman, could you repeat the question?
Was any effort, once remains were discovered, was there any effort to reconfigure the project so as not to disturb these remains?
No, that was not considered, as far as I know. When the remains were found, that it instantly triggered the measures or the protocol that was referred to earlier to call out the experts to take a look at the excavation and bring in the most likely descendants. The three signatories to the agreement led by the Army Corps of Engineers did not call for a replanning of the project. Matter of fact, that was one of the anticipated situations that when the remains were to be found, that this plan would be put in place.
Okay, now I understand that the staff report says a letter was sent to the Tongva Tribal Council leaders who signed the original agreement and no reply was received. So that was considered official approval to extend the agreement. Now, as I understand it, all of these people were deceased. Is that correct?
Two of the parties were deceased at the time. There was notification.
Were any efforts made to contact their descendants, their relatives, their...
Can I answer the question?
Sure.
Sue Cheng from City Planning Department. The programmatic agreement, the lead agency is the Army Corps. And Army Corps, when they extended the programmatic agreement in 2001, they notified 5 the Native Indian descendants, and no one replied to their time extension. That's what we understand.
So you're saying they did notify people other than the deceased, because the deceased,
That is
they
correct.
originally sent letters to the deceased, found out they were deceased, and that you're saying that they actually sent letters to their descendants as well?
I don't know they are descendants of those who signed the original agreement, but Army Corps
So they may have sent letters to
to
descendants
5
of
most
the
likely
Tongva
descendants. That's
Gabrielino,
right.
tribe. Did the extensions, under these circumstances, what legal authority did the developer have to extend the agreement?
Well, this would all be supervised by the Army Corps of Engineers, but they would have to follow the process, and if the Army is satisfied that the process has been followed, then they will grant an extension.
Was there a sign-off required for other state and federal agencies on this issue, besides Army Corps?
Programmatic agreement had 3 signatories. One is a federal agency, Army Corps, and State Historic Preservation Officer, and the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation.
So did those other
Those
agencies
3
also sign up?
signatories were also notified, and I understand they are the one who can legally have authority to extend.
Right. Now, I understand that a technical, with regard to wetlands now, if you could, a technical argument was made during the EIR process that one of the project alternatives should have been a treatment wetland that would have provided, as you've heard, more cleansing of urban runoff before it reached the wetland preserve west of Lincoln. Apart from some back and forth on related issues in an addendum to the final EIR, I've been unable to determine that the treatment wetland was ever considered as an alternative, and I think we've heard some testimony that it wasn't. If I'm mistaken and the treatment wetland was given full consideration as a project alternative, where in the EIR can that information be found?
You're talking about alternative. The project EIR identified 7 alternatives, including one no project alternative and off-site alternative. So there are 5, on top of those 2, there are 5 other alternatives identified in, I don't have a specific section number, but that's in the EIR. But
So you know it's in the EIR, but you don't know where?
I can find out.
Oh, you don't have to do it this second,
Okay.
but I'd like to see where in the EIR that information can be found. And what was the rationale given for rejecting that idea?
The rejection of alternative, we have several tests to pass that. One substantial reason to reject those alternatives is that the project goal. None of those alternatives were recognized to achieve the applicant's goal and the city's goal. The project proposal included several land use components. Not on top of that, none of them will bring, well, it's harder to say overall beneficial impacts compared to this project because of some impacts, some of the alternatives are better or worse. So overall, we couldn't determine one specific alternatives will be better environmental beneficial impacts compared to this project.
You know, thank you. When Playa Vista Phase 1 was approved back in 1993, there was a master plan EIR that was certified along with it, and it laid out how the full Bologna wetland system, the freshwater marsh, and the saltwater marsh would be functioning. Now, I don't think I heard anyone speak to the issue of the saltwater marsh. At the same time, the settlement of the Friends of the Bologna Wetlands lawsuit against the mid-80s project approval committed the developer to investing about $13 million in both the fresh and saltwater marshes. The freshwater marsh has been largely completed. Is there anything in the cases before us today that speaks to the commitment to completing the saltwater marsh?
The scope of the work has changed with the adoption of SB 666 and the transfer of the property to the state. So the restoration of the saltwater marsh by Playa Vista is no longer a requirement.
So once we transferred those properties to the state, that was an issue for the state, not for Playa Vista. On the issue of parks and open space, there's been some talk here about the commitment to open space. The village includes on-site park space at a ratio of about 2 acres per 1,000 residents. The development agreement also permits an additional 1 acre per 1,000 to be provided off-site. Why isn't a project of 99 acres being held to the highest standard when it comes to creating park space here?
The standard in 1993 under the community plan goals and objectives were 3 acres per 1,000, and they complied with that requirement. That has subsequently changed, and under Quimby, the requirement is 2 acres per 1,000. So the developer is meeting the current standard for park space.
Now, is there any guarantees that the other park space off-site is going to be provided for in this agreement?
You want me to ask a question?
And where would that be?
The project proposed 11.4 acres on-site park spaces and 5.76 acres off-site park space in anywhere on the land that is controlled by the applicant. And that is a total of 17.16 acres. That equals to 3 per thousand per
Where would it
ratio.
be on the map?
And just before that, after this question, if I can ask you respectfully just to press your button again because of our time.
I just have a couple more
Okay.
questions.
I can run through that.
raise my
If
hand
it's a couple
again.
more, why don't we go
Yeah,
through that?
thank you.
And then Ms. Hahn is next on the speaker queue.
I'm sorry.
And if you'd like, I can just,
No, go ahead. Go through them.
The question is, where would the 1 acre be, or?
yeah, we're on here,
You mean off-site?
yes.
Off-site parks has not been identified.
Yeah, okay. Now, are there any playing fields located here? And where, if they are, where can you show me?
Yes.
Okay. The
how many of them?
on-site parks will be improved by Playa. And you want to show? There are 4 parks proposed, on-site parks proposed.
No, I'm talking about playing fields. Yes.
You're talking about phase 1, and Mr. Hamilton is pointing to the site.
How about for phase 2?
Phase 2 has 4 parks.
Under the terms of the development agreement and also under the terms of the project, the land area was set aside for parks. The development agreement specifies the kinds of activities that would be at these parks. The first park is on Runway Road and McDonald Avenue, and that would have an open playing field of approximately 140 by 200 square feet, informal soccer or football field. There would also be a half-court basketball court, a picnic area, a tot lot, and a plaza. So that is one park, and I have the illustrations here. There would be another park on the corner of A Street and 3rd Street, which would contain another softball field, football, and soccer, dimensions of 180 feet by 220 feet, a volleyball court and 2 half basketball courts, along with picnic areas and a plaza. That's the second park. There's a linear park just along the riparian corridor, not in the riparian corridor, but in the green space just adjacent to the riparian corridor. That would be a park with an informal open play field, 100 by 185 feet, a half-court basketball court, a full-size volleyball court, a picnic area, lawn bowling, and a horseshoe setup, and another picnic area. And then on the Jefferson side, which would be the northern side of the project, there would be a softball field. Now, that is in addition to what was approved in Phase 1. Phase 1 has more of a regional park on the south side adjacent to the school, which would have a baseball field and soccer fields. So there's a combination of dog parks, active parks, the ones that I've just mentioned here, and more of a regional park.
Mr. President, I have 2 more areas of question, if I can, if I may. On the issue of affordable housing, Exhibit 1C of the development agreement says that 83 units of affordable rental housing are required in the village, but that the developer may eliminate up to an equivalent number of units from buildings within Playa Vista Phase 1. Can you explain to us just how many units of affordable housing we're going to have in Phase 2?
Mm-hmm. The requirement is that, number one, 83 units be provided in Phase 2 for rental housing, and they would be established according to 50%, 80% of the market rate or income, average income. Those units can either be taken from the Fountain Park project and moved to Phase 2, or they can be new units. If Playa cannot move those units because they are under a state obligation to provide affordable units at the Fountain Park Apartments, they would have to provide new units, rental units, in Phase 2. The second condition requires that the controlled price units be 10% of the for sale units. We can't give you a number now because Playa has not determined yet how many for sale units that they would provide. But in no case can they provide less than 125 controlled price units.
125 the sale units.
Could you give me a percentage on that?
Yeah. So if taking together, I believe that's about 8% of the total units for Phase 2 development would be affordable.
So 8% are affordable. Do we have required percentages of very low?
Mr. Villaraigosa, if this can be the last question, then I'll just ask you to press your button again. There's a very short queue, so you'll be back on soon.
Yes, we do, but I don't have that. I'll get that for you next go around.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ms. Han is our next speaker.
Mr. President, I appreciate Councilwoman Miskowski's comments earlier that clearly neither side is wrong with their passions or their emotions, and certainly land use issues always are the most controversial things that we deal with here on the City Council. And I've certainly heard a lot of issues and concerns today that we all want to hear answers to. But the thing that most disturbed me today was that Sweet Alice talked about leaving Watts, and I will not sit by and allow you, you're the most famous resident of Watts that we have, and I will not allow you, particularly with your new home makeover, nothing they're building in Playa Vista comes close to your beautiful new home in Watts, so I will not let you leave Watts. There was a comment earlier about the idea that maybe neighborhood council should get a little more priority here down at the City Council and have extra time. And that might be something we actually look at in our 5-year review of neighborhood councils and the impact and the effectiveness that they actually are having in the process of government. But I will bring to the attention of my colleagues, and on page 9 of our agenda, and this is still novel because a lot of neighborhood councils aren't submitting their community impact statements, but on page 9 of our agenda we actually have the community impact statement of the Mar Vista Community Council, and we also have the Grassroots Venice Neighborhood Council's impact on our council agenda. That is a powerful thing that other organizations don't have. So just know that neighborhood councils, when you submit your impact statements, they actually appear on our agenda in front of us for all of us to read. And these concerns might have been addressed before, but I thought it might be an opportunity, since we're looking at these in front of us, specific concerns that the Mar Vista Community Council had were their view of the bluffs, which I think Cindy already answered, the Loyal sign. They also were concerned about the strain on fire and police resources, and I don't know if that's been addressed yet, and the additional air pollution on local schools, parks, and neighborhoods. So just might have been addressed already. I might not have heard all the answers to that, but if we might specifically address those concerns, again, that's because we have that in front of us. That's been specific concerns that were submitted to the City Council, and I'd like to hear an answer on those concerns.
The coverage of the fire the department, it was addressed in Phase 1 with the development of a fire station which would be built and equipped by Playa Vista, and that will be roughly on the corner of Jefferson and Lincoln, actually 2 blocks over to the east from that. That was a negotiated agreement with the fire department in anticipation of the development and approval of the master plan project, which was quite a bit larger back in 1993 when the project was considered then. So the fire department, as part of their comments in the subdivision and the environmental studies, are satisfied that they will have adequate coverage for Playa Vista and also for the region. For the police department, Sue, would you like to respond to that? Or?
For Phase 1, police department had agreement, so they have a police drop-in center in the community center that has been already constructed in Phase 1 area.
So they're satisfied that there would be enough staffing to cover the needs at Playa Vista.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Villaraigosa for a second time, and then Mr. Reyes.
Yes, rather than continue with my questioning. I'll just speak to the matter. You know, members, I've thought long and hard about this matter before us today. In fact, as long ago as 1999, some of you remember that as Speaker of the California State Assembly in 99, I wrote into Proposition 12 a $25 million down payment on the purchase of the wetlands acreage west of Lincoln Boulevard. That property was originally slated for development as part of Phase 2. I know this project because back then I made it absolutely clear that I could not support a project of this magnitude, in one of the few areas where we have open space and wetlands left in an urban center or anywhere in the country. I want to commend Councilmember Miskowski. I know this was a tough situation. I know that she, along with Steve Soboroff, have gone a long way to work and support a Prop 40, which provided the other money that we needed to sell these lands west of Lincoln to the state. And we've much reduced this project. Make no mistake about it. This project is not the same project that it was a few years ago. But folks, the west side is choking on traffic. It's gotten to the point that you don't know what's worse, weekday rush hour on the 10 or a Saturday afternoon on the 405. I know that this Phase 1, I've been there. It's a beautiful project. Make no mistake about it. But it's half done. I don't understand right now why we have to expedite this when it won't get constructed until 2006. This is one of the last remaining coastal wetlands, and the question is, can we really survive the location of so much new development right next to it? Is this the right location to build the rough equivalent of part of Mid-Wilshire apartment district when it doesn't have the kind of open grid of streets and frequent public transit? Is this the right project when we really don't have the answers yet? And that's why I rise today to oppose the approval of this project today. Not because I couldn't be convinced, not because I couldn't be convinced at some time that that is the right project, but that we just don't have all the necessary information. Anybody who's traveled on Lincoln or any of the cross streets on the west side, it takes me longer to get from here to Lincoln than it takes from Lincoln to get to almost to get to the airport. And we know that because those of us who travel on the west side have felt the impacts of that kind of a traffic. So all I'm asking here is that we slow the process down. I know that the developers here have worked on this a long time. And again, I do want to say that Steve Soboroff has provided, frankly, leadership here in a way that we hadn't seen before. But I do believe that right now we are approving a project that we just don't have enough information about, and that's why I rise to oppose it.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. Our next speaker is Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. When you look at over 70% of the originally envisioned master plan is now open space and parks. When we start putting ourselves in a position where we can't build housing, we start looking at this whole issue of jobs-housing balance, you're not going to get a better plan. So the bottom line is we got to start somewhere. We can't get into analysis paralysis. We have to make it happen. And the more we wait, the worse it's going to get. People will tell me, Ed, this is not your fight, it's not your district. But I can tell you, it's our city. And what we do with our open space, and how we look at our ability to address our watershed, this project is doing that. It's creating jobs. It's creating samples, examples, demonstration projects of how you deal with watershed technology, stormwater harvesting. It's giving it to us. So as Chair of Plum, I need to ask you to approve. Let's move forward. If there's no one else on the queue, I'd like to call the question. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this item or these items? If not, we're going to take these two items separately. First, Madam Clerk, if you'll tell us what's before us with item 8.
There is an amending motion on item number 8 that should probably be voted on separately.
Okay. Will you detail the amendment, please?
That was Councilmember Misikowski's amending motion, and it was regarding the development agreement, a traffic management plan, and $150,000 for neighborhood traffic management measures.
Let's take a vote on the amendment for the traffic mitigation plan first, please. Madam Clerk, if you'll open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Now, we have item as an amendment. Now, item 8, we can take that as amended, please. If you'll open the roll, please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
That too is approved. There's item. We can ask for, we still have another item before us, please, if I can ask for order in the chambers.
Mr. President, the report is adopted and the ordinances will go over 1 week.
We'll go over 1 week because it was not a unanimous vote. We will now have item 9 before us. There are no amendments to that, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. President.
Will you please open the roll on item 9? Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, Council has not...
Hold on 1 second. Mr. Villaraigosa?
Correct, that vote is no on that.
On the item 9? Okay. Mr. Villaraigosa, why don't we reconsider? Let's just do this right. Let's change the outcome? Okay. We'll record that as a no vote, and that will be carried over as well? Or does that go?
No, there has no ordinance on it.
There's no ordinance attached, so that is approved today. Okay, next item, please.
Council hasn't had public comment yet. If
Okay.
you wish to take it up at this time, general public
Yes,
comment.
let's take general public comment at this time. I'd like to, why don't we please ask people to clear chambers as quietly as possible so we can go on with other items before us. This time we'd like to invite Howard Willett forward for general comment. Derek Love as well. And Mr. Hector Manuel Ramirez Medina for public comment. If I can please ask our public speakers to come forward. We will make space and accommodation for Mr. Willett. If we can ask you not to move the microphone, yeah, that would be best right there. Thank you. If we can please ask folks to keep their conversation from outside to continue with the meeting. Thank you very much. Please, Mr. Willett. Please go ahead.
Begin?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for your patience.
This is Howard Willett right here. He's a senior landlord, and he has property in Los Angeles. We've had multiple problems with the City of Los Angeles Code Enforcement Division. And his property was put into REAP when the tenants failed to grant access for him to do the repairs and his vendors. And due to that fact, we're now in court with the city attorney. We need help. The Code Enforcement Division, ran by Domingo Saucedo, has declined all my letters and will not meet with me. He sent out Ernie Murrell from the Housing Department. I met with Ernie and Scott McGill on the 7th Street area. The property, we have fines against the property with the city attorney's office now over $9,000. We need to get on with the renovation of the apartment house. It's located at La Brea and Washington, 1816 through 1818 and a half. Originally, another council member that had the district is no longer council member. He's moved on. We have a new council district for there. We're not getting any response of help from the code enforcement or the city of LA. I've dropped off 2 different letters in the past 2 years with this mayor's office. Can you appoint somebody that we can work with? Example, his rear garage was in the back of his apartment house. His rear garage was in the back of his apartment house. His apartment house was built in 1927, 28, right in there. His rear garage acted as a wall. The rear property, his neighboring property.
If I can ask you to conclude, we give about 3 minutes per speaker, and we're about at 3 minutes. If I can ask you to conclude, we'll see if we can find the appropriate council staff for you to talk with.
Anyway,
thank you.
We go up to Figueroa. We got 2 minutes left, you said?
No, this is the end of the 3 minutes. Actually, your time's up. But
Okay.
we can get appropriate council staff to come speak with you from the council district. So we'll arrange that. If you'll just come over here, we'll make sure somebody comes there. And thank you very much. Our next speaker is Derek Love.
Good morning, Councilman. I would like to speak on the dead bodies on the floor. With LA ranked with #1 in the nation for the murders in 2003, we must agree changes are needed. Can you guys help me to provide me with survey which will help me to deal with the prejudice and discrimination against my civil rights and others' rights granted to me by federal laws and by the Constitution of the United States? No one wants to be accountable. For example, I went to an 8th district councilman and they said that they're not responsible with dealing with civil rights. And then yesterday I was at the Board of Supervisors and they advised me that they were responsible. And they also sent me here. I go to Free Legal Aid Center and I'm speaking on behalf of poor people which can afford to have proper legal service provided for them, and how the police in LA County are not fighting the crime. It's like every day I see drug dealers and a lot of violence, and it's like more patrolling of police officers should be conducted in our area instead of coming on the scene when they know a crime would be committed that day. Could you please help me?
Please, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What we can do is, I would recommend you talk to the Police Inspector General. It's an impartial and independent body that can deal with civil rights concerns that's separate from the police department. And we'll get you the number, okay? Thank you. All right?
I'm sorry. What, could you repeat that again, please?
We'll make sure, we'll give you the information. If you just step over here, we'll have a staff member give you that information and that number, okay? Thank you.
No, thank you for your time. Be
Appreciate
blessed.
it. Okay. Our next speaker is Geneviève Claverul. Excuse me. I always get the last name.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Geneviève Claverol. I'm an RN and a PhD in hospital management. First of all, I want to cite you for your violation of the Brown Act this morning on item 6. I had signed to speak. I was refused. And the reason given is a wrong reason. because you had that public hearing before. It doesn't matter if you had that 100 hearing before, as long as an item is on the agenda. The public has the right to speak at the moment the item is on the agenda. But anyway, since you were citing the county, I am part of the Sunshine Coalition. I have to cite you for your own deficiency. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak, especially for Councilwoman Hunt. She has surely shown a good fight for the King Drew. And I'm convinced that if everybody listens, on this case we will win. King Drew is a story of poor management. Poor management is only one solution to poor management. It's too far. The head. The head is Dr. Gartright, Fred Leaf and company. He was here this morning. I suggest you listen to your tape of those interviews this morning. At no time did he answer your question. With Gartright, if you listen anything, and don't take my word for it, just listen to the tape. He never gives you the facts. When he gives you the facts, so-called his facts, they are wrong facts. Yesterday, after testifying to the board, saying that all the other hospitals within the community could absorb the trauma from King Drew, we have proof from the city of Long Beach. We know California Hospital is not even has the denomination of a trauma center. We are being lied every step of the way. What I will ask for you, legislators and so on, is to make an impromptu visitation of King Drew. You will find out that most units are closed. The reason the hospital needs to be decompressed, has been compressed to nothing. The reason we're having problems with the trauma in the ER, guess what? They close the neuro ICU. They close another ICU. They close the geriatric unit. They close the antepartum, postpartum, truly make around. See, very few units are still open. The average patient at King Drew stay 6, sometimes 7 days in the emergency room. And guess where they stay 6 and 7 days? So you will know why we have some JCO violation. Sometimes they stay 6 to 7 days in post-anesthesia recovery. Can you imagine? You go for a little incision, you stay 7 days in recovery? This is unbelievable. This is unacceptable. We have spent millions of dollars in the last 11 months to save Drew, King Drew. And what we have done we have got it. We have got it with the permission of the County Board of Supervisors because they have received information about information with nothing but facts, and they have done nothing.
If I can ask you to conclude, about 10 more seconds. Thank you.
Many of you today ask what's the solution of this problem. There is a very clear and efficient solution. Demand an health authority for the County of Los Angeles. That's the only way we will survive. We need a health authority with number of experts who can make decisions on facts, not on political expediency. And that's, we have asked for it for over and over. Before Gartright was hired, we demand an health authority. The Los Angeles County Medical Association will all ask for it.
Thank you very
Anyway,
much.
for your information and for the record, I want to give you part 1 to part 6 about King Drew.
Okay.
This will outline the millions of dollars we have spent, the mistake we have made by Dr. Gartright and Fred Leaf.
Great.
I think somebody can no longer cover for it.
Thank you. And we'll make sure
one more thing.
when the guard
It was
gets
a
it.
statement of work from the Camden Group.
Thank you.
We have paid
Appreciate
more
it.
than $1 million. I have
Okay.
done nothing.
Our next speaker, thank you very much, Genevieve. Our next speaker is Don Garza, our great town crier. Sorry? You want to go last? Okay. I'd like to invite Hector Manuel Ramirez Mendoza, and we have a number of cars, Mario Guadalupe Gonzalez, Jenny Calderon, Pedro Flores Cruz, Jesus Benrostro Moreno, Anastasia Martnon, Martina Torres, and Miguel Angel Perez, Nadine Diaz, Elsa Avina Padilla, and Jose Dominguez, and Francisco Moreno Cárdenas. Por favor, bienvenidos.
Hi, mi nombre es Guadalupe Gonzalez. I think I'm going to be the first one who's going to speak in Spanish because I feel more comfortable. Mis compañeros y yo somos campesinos de la 41 y Alameda. y estamos aquí luchando por conservar nuestro jardín. Antes de 2003, éramos toda una comunidad feliz, no teníamos ningún problema, no teníamos el pendiente de que nos fueran a desalojar. Ahora estamos con esa pesadilla. Había visto que desalojaban familias de sus viviendas por no pagar sus rentas, pero a nosotros nos está pasando algo más penoso. Nosotros pagamos agua, pagamos, contribuimos, no somos una carga para la ciudad, y aún así nos quieren desalojar, solamente quieren ocupar nuestro jardín en un proyecto que nos parece que no está correcto, solamente porque a un millonario se le antojó nuestro jardín para construir bodegas y canchas de fútbol. Lo cual yo pienso que es mejor lo que nosotros estamos haciendo, cultivando nuestras propias verduras y nuestros árboles frutales, lo cual dan aire puro a la ciudad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gracias. Next of the speakers.
Good afternoon, City Council members. Again, my name is Nadine Diaz, and I'm here to represent the grad students at the University of Southern California, not just at the USC School of Social Work, but at the USC School of Law, Urban Planning, Business Department. We are here again to support the farmers. We are not leaving, and we will be here until this situation is solved. And again, we encourage you and implore you to please support the farmers, and we are willing to work together collectively. Thank you.
Real quick, Miguel Angel Perez, Los Angeles Land Use Coalition. In short, translation of the campesino that spoke, speaking, and stating. Please take into your heart and your mind what was being stated by the farmers, South Central, 41st and Alameda, and all land questions in the city of Los Angeles. It is important to take in your hearts and your minds that when you vote, you also vote against residents and constituents against them. It's important for you to understand that the City Council here affects negative impacts. Again, one more time, aquí estamos y no nos vamos, tierra de libertad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don Garza.
Broke my bell. It's broke. No.
Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding.
There you go. Somebody knows how to do it. I just came by today because Jan Perry sent me an email. And I sent out a mass email saying that I would not rest over some issue, and she said, well, get some rest. And I said, well, I'll just go to City Hall, and then I'll just say it was her fault that I showed up. But I'm here on a very serious matter, a very serious issue that involves politics and campaigning and the laws that we have in this country over equal time. As a town crier, I am the press from 1781. So if Mr. Bernard Parks could walk up here and stand next to me so he can get some equal time so I won't be in violation, you can come over, stand up here. Yes, come on.
Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding.
Ding, 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 ding. So, I mean, this is a very serious matter. I do not want to be in violation of the FCC rules. Come over, stand right here. Okay. So now everybody can see, because I have been in a paper with Mayor Hahn, which means he's got more time with the town crier, and I'm supposed to be nonpartisan and apolitical. And of course, I do not want the newspaper and the FCC and everybody to, I don't want to get in trouble. You got to understand that, right? So now that we've got equal time and equal access, we're going to be okay. Now you can go sit down. So
Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding.
there we go. So it's all Ms. Perry's fault. You can blame her.
Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. Thank you very much. Walter Bechtel, are you still here?
Hi. I wanted to be able to talk about something that was brought before the council yesterday, actually. It's about the problem with alcohol in our particular neighborhood over there. I don't, it's in the 14th District. It's over on the corner of 7th and Los Angeles. They had proposed to re-enter or re-establish the sale of alcohol in a neighborhood that has already been proven to be a very crime-ridden area. And I don't think that the council would have voted for that item if they had remembered about the fact that the council had itself removed a liquor store that was already located, located about a half a block from the new Rite Aid store that has gone in there. And because of the crime that it had caused, it would not have voted to approve that item if it had remembered the removal of the Rite Aid on the corner of 5th and Hill Street about 2 or 3 years ago because of the problem with alcohol that it had caused at Pershing Square. Some of the council members felt that the new Rite Aid, or the new Thrifty, if you want to call it that, has changed its attitude or something. And I don't think that's the way it is, and I just don't think that approving of that item to approve the sale of alcohol in that area is, a good idea. So I'm just asking that the council might want to reconsider and re-motion or refile sometime in the future, near future, hopefully, to reconsider the motion or refile it as another motion for a reconsideration of quorum nobis facts on that particular.
Okay, thank you very much. This concludes public comment for today's meeting, and I believe we still have item 38 on the desk. We do have 2 speaker cards, but public hearing had been held in committee. I'll turn it to you, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Villaraigosa had to leave, and so we mutually agreed to hold this 1 week and so that we could hear it when he's here.
Okay, without objection, let's carry this over for 1 week. And colleagues, let me try to remind you as friendly as possible. Proposition 64 was on our agenda prior to the August recess, and there was a number of members who still hadn't done their homework on the issue. Let's all come prepared a week from today to dispense with the item. Ms. Misikowski.
I'd just like to ask for forthwith on item 9.
Forthwith on item number 9. And Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motion shall be posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Weiss requests to be excused Tuesday, September 28th to leave at noon, and Friday, December 17th, and those are both for personal business and meet council policy.
Mr. Weiss is excused.
Councilmember Villaraigosa requests to be excused Tuesday, September 28th to leave at 11 a.m. for city business. A motion is required.
Mr. Parks moves. Mr. Villaraigosa is excused.
Councilmember Cardenas requests to be excused Friday, October 22nd to leave at 12:15 for city business that meets council policy.
Mr. Cardenas is excused.
And Council President Padilla requests to be excused Tuesday, October 5th for city business that also meets council policy.
Excuse granted.
And that clears the desk.
Okay, we now turn to announcements for today. Let me be the first to announce on behalf of Mr. Villaraigosa that the Transportation Committee meeting will begin at 2:30 instead of its 2 o'clock meeting time. 2:30 for the Transportation Committee. Mr. Parks.
Mr. Padilla, could I get item 4 forthwith? We forgot that.
Forthwith on item number 4. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Reyes, Chairman of the Plum Committee, we asked that the committee meeting Plum will begin at 2:30.
Okay. Planning and Land Use Committee also meeting at 2:30. Mr. Zine. Nothing? Welcome back. Happy to be here. Happy to have you. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I mentioned to you earlier, I wanted to announce today and Friday our first annual Bolero Festival. It will be this Sunday, the 26th, starting at 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. And Mr. Parks was gracious enough to allow me to cross the street and go into the Rose Garden. So it will be in the Rose Garden at Exposition Park, and we will have special appearances by Susana Guzman and Jose Luis El Puma, and much, much more. Children's activities. This is the first time we've done it. We're running shuttles from the southern part of the district. And if you need additional information, call Council District 9, 213-473-7009, and I hope some of you will be able to join us.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Sounds like a lovely event. Any other announcements? Seeing no other announcements, do we have adjourning motions today? Please rise for adjourning motions.
Okay, so
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two adjourning motions today. The first is for Carmine Chirico. Carmine passed away on Wednesday, September 15th at 9:35 a.m. of congestive heart failure. He lived a very long life. He was 86 years old and was a loving father, friend, and great man. He worked at Lockheed Martin Aircraft and Maintenance and retired after 20 years. They had a wonderful celebration of his life just this past Saturday, which I was able to attend. He is the father of one of my staff members that many of you know, Candace Campbell. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Grace Chirico, daughters Candace Campbell and husband Dudley, Kathleen Littleton and husband Bill, son Tony Chirico, and granddaughter Tiffany Campbell. So I ask that we adjourn in his memory today. Also, the second one is a tremendous tragedy that occurred in my district. Many of you may have read in the paper over the weekend at a location near Magnolia and Colfax, just a kitty corner from North Hollywood High School. The liquor store, Mr. Gurmeet Sandhu was killed by a robber. He had been the owner of Jabby's Liquor for over 20 years. He was a beloved fixture of his community, and customers described him yesterday, and from other conversations when I was there was quite a turnout for the press conference that we had from community members who said they'd gone by every day, gave credit to people. The kids from the high school would come over, and it really has been a devastating thing to his entire family. You will see on the screen in Channel 35 there is a composite of the suspect. Many of the individuals who witnessed this feel this is a very accurate composite, and one that we hope people will come forward and identify this individual so that we may bring some justice and some, at least, understanding from that family that they could find the individual who cut short the life of Mr. Sandhu. He is survived by his wife Pushpinder, his daughter Amanpreet, who went to Kennedy High School in my district. I met her when she was there. Son Jakarn, brothers Nirmal Singh and Mohinder Sandhu. And so I would ask that we adjourn in their memory, and to ask anyone who is watching today to please look at that composite and come forward and call LAPD as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I would like us to adjourn today in the memory of Moselle Bowers, who passed away on September 8th. She was born in Tennessee on October 18th, 1932, and was the oldest of 15 children. In this capacity, she learned to be a peacemaker, a great cook, and a great seamstress. In 1956, she married Calvin Bowers, who was a minister at Figueroa Church of Christ and a professor of communications and former dean at Pepperdine University, and a very dear friend of my family's. Together, they had 3 children. Moselle was a strong supporter of Christian education and taught Sunday Bible class for many years. Her favorite way to spend quiet time was to do word puzzles, work in the garden, and tend to her indoor plants. She is survived by Calvin, her husband of 47 years, her son Byron, and her daughters Crystal and Lori, 1 granddaughter, 10 sisters, 4 brothers, as well as a very loving church family.
Mr. President, I would like to second that. Figueroa Church of God in Christ is in CD9, and I know Reverend Bowers quite well, and it's a shame. It's a nice family and a great congregation.
Other tributes? Mr. Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and members. I ask we adjourn in the name of Ruth Bunderson, who was 89 years old when she passed away last week. She's the stepmother of Mr. Mo Sapiro of Woodland Hills, who was past president of the North Hills JC, an organization which I was also once president of. Ruth was very active in her life as a Republican, and I know Mr. Zine would want to join us as a Woodland Hill resident. She's beloved family members of her stepson Myron, her 2 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren.
Other tributes? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.